thing. Yeah. So we'll see what happens next.
All right,
the
Garrett,
literal red carpet,
yes.
right down the middle.
Yes.
All right.
Seriously.
Thank you, Garrett. All right, and thank you so much for joining us here on Good Day Orlando today and Good Day Orlando Extra.
We will see you tomorrow morning. And by the way, we start at 4 a.m. So if you're up early, we'll see you. Thanks for joining us, guys.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Thank goodness we are halfway through this week. Am I right? Well, we've got a lot to get into today. Appreciate you joining us. Want to let you know that we are standing by for a news conference in Brevard County at the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, where we expect to hear from Governor DeSantis coming up shortly. This news conference scheduled to start at 11:15. Going to be joined by a number of folks as well, including the FDLE Commissioner, the Director of the Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, and also the Department of Corrections Secretary. So we'll bring that to you live coming up in just a little bit. But we begin today with an update as new developments in the ongoing investigation into Sloth World and some next steps in that as well. That we just learned about today from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, and also now hearing some reaction from state lawmakers and other officials who have been very vocal throughout this process. So joining me live now here in our streaming studio, I've got Fox 35 investigative reporter Marie Ettinger, who joins me live. And Marie, this quite a bit of news today as we continue to track the fallout from Sloth World.
Yes. So I can start with just a reminder of what this is that we're talking about, just in case anybody has not heard about it. Sloth World was a facility in Orlando that was going to have sloths on display that people could meet or potentially pet. It was just going to be, rather than having it was going to be an all sloth experience, and they had purported to be some sort of conservationist society, and they were going to give back in some way to charities that are more reputable as far as it comes to sloths. They were being built in Orlando off of I Drive and imported in total at least 61, although it seems like more sloths from Central and South America into Orange County. Some of these sloths were held in different warehouses or I guess all of them actually, were held in different warehouses that the county says that they had no idea about. There was a group of 31 sloths in total that died between December 2024 and February of 2025. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission went out to one of Sloth World's facilities, or a couple of them, in August of 2025 to investigate those 31 sloth deaths, and were told that those at the time were caused, for a group of 21 of them, by cold shock. They said that the facility was not actually ready to house them. And another 10, they said, died just because of problems resulting from transportation and illness that followed. At the time that the FWC was there in August, there were more sloths already there in the warehouses. The owners of what would become Sloth World were cited just for not having proper cages for some of them, and the FWC moved on with no further criminal implications. Fast forward to this year, Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie started looking into this after hearing about more sloth deaths, and it just turns out that the owners and what would have been the vice president of Sloth World continued importing sloths, and they continued dying. We have necropsy reports that show that that happened for a variety of reasons, and experts who reviewed them say that it comes down mostly because of stress and poor diet and poor conditions that these sloths were housed in. There has now been a huge push from different lawmakers at the state and federal level to, for one, have accountability for the owners of this facility, and two, to change rules that pertain to the importation of sloths and how people are allowed to get them and house them and handle them. That's the big update today. The FWC just said in their commission meeting earlier this morning that they are now going to be pursuing, and that they've almost finalized, is actually the word they used, an executive order that would temporarily pause the importation of sloths into Florida while they further investigate Class 3 licenses. To have a sloth in the state of Florida, all you need is a Class 3 license. It's free to apply. You have to be 16, and that's basically it. So they're going to look at that further to see if they need to change those rules. But in the meantime, they're saying they're nearly finalized.
Okay, on a little bit more somber.
A rule that says, or at least a temporary halt on the importation of sloths. We also did have that clip. It was only about a minute long. If we can run that just so you know exactly what the executive director said at the FWC today. I can see that Garrett is trying frantically to get that for you.
Okay, on a little bit more somber note, we're going to talk just a little bit about the sloth situation that's been in the news. So we're aware of this very sad situation involving sloths that were under the care of Sloth World in Orlando. And we take this situation very seriously. Our captive wildlife team conducted a thorough investigation, and all permits associated with Sloth World have since been relinquished to the FWC. The remaining sloths were relocated to the Central Florida Zoo in Sanford, Florida. Our captive wildlife team also contacted all other Class 3 facilities throughout Florida that house sloths to assess the animals' health and found no significant issues. It appears that this group of sloths contracted an intestinal infection that resulted in severe, in many cases, fatal effects. We are in the process of finalizing an executive order that will temporarily prohibit the importation of sloths into the state of Florida while we work with representatives, stakeholders, subject matter experts to examine the existing rule regarding Class 3s, which sloths fall under, to ensure that this type of incident can be prevented in the future. These discussions have already begun, and we look forward to beginning this with staff and industry moving forward. And to be clear, this very unfortunate situation resulted from one facility, Sloth World, and they're no longer licensed, and it is not a widespread issue. But staff's on it. We look forward to working with all of the industry partners moving forward to make sure we get these rules right for the well-keeping of sloths.
So that was from that meeting just a little bit ago, the FWC meeting in Fort Myers. But Marie, I know this step still continues to raise some additional questions.
I had questions, Garrett. I always have questions. And thankfully, there have been people who are absolutely so on top of this, both experts out of the country who run different institutes and nonprofits that are dedicated to the well-being of sloths worldwide. And as I mentioned earlier, politicians at the local and state level, or local, state, and federal level, who have been really, really hammering down. So outside of this immediate update that we just got today, there has been a lot of push for change that's come ahead of this. And it's happening at a really astoundingly rapid rate as far as it comes to government intervention. So that has been lovely to see. And it is exciting to hear that the FWC is taking action right now, or at least attempting to. A state representative, Anna Escabani, and congressional representative Maxwell Frost had been meeting with officials from the FWC. They'd been bringing along representatives from the Sloth Institute and other experts who can weigh in and actually talk about the how unique sloths really are in their microbiome and their digestive issues that they tend to have, how receptive they are to stress, and why it's important to treat them differently from regular animals. We know that same group met with the state attorney general and the state attorney for the 9th District, Monique Worrell, that's Orange and Osceola counties. That group, along with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, is looking into potential criminal charges for the owners of what would have been Sloth World, whereas the politicians and congressional representatives and FWC are looking more at legal changes that could happen in the future moving forward to prevent something like this from happening again, which you did hear the FWC director mention there. There are a couple of other things that he mentioned that, as I said, I did have some questions about. One of them had to do with them having reached out to all Class 3 license holders within the state of Florida. And I did reach out to the FWC to ask a little bit more about that. To have a Class 3 license, as I said, it is pretty pretty easy to get. Some people do have sloths as pets, and then there are other facilities that have them for exhibition. So nonprofits that have them on display, and then there can be for-profit institutions that do this as well. For instance, if you are right now to look up sloth encounter on Google, you will find multiple places that allow you to, for a fee, pet or hold a sloth. And just as an interesting tidbit, if you look up that same thing, something like sloth hug or sloth selfie on platforms like Instagram, they flag that as a potential form of animal abuse, just to show you the discrepancies there. The experts that we've talked with do believe that something like that is animal abuse. And so I asked them their take on the idea that the FWC reached out to all Class 3 license holders and found that there was not much of a problem. So my questions about that range for partially the differences in what people's thresholds would be for what they consider to be a problem, and then also what that reaching out to those Class 3 license holders would actually look like. As in, did you just give them a call and ask if everything's dandy and then move on? Did you reach out did you go in person to those facilities to analyze the sloths? And if so, did you bring sloth experts with you to see whether they're actually doing well, or are they secretly ailing? Sloths are very slow to show any signs of distress, so that's an issue that we've seen so far. And I did ask that today of Representative Anna Eskamani, as well as some experts that I've been mentioning.
There is nobody as that we found so far with the qualifications to properly interpret what would constitute a stress sloth. You know, I've worked with them for 17 years and Sam for 13 years, and you know, we're still learning a lot about this, and now we can confidently look at a sloth and the conditions it's in and say whether it's appropriate or not. But very few people in the United States have that kind of experience. So, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of perhaps training we need to do with the FWC also, and again, working with the USDA about what is and isn't okay for a sloth, because we know that, and I think at the moment there's a very, very, very little oversight from them on what on how sloths are treated when they're in these exhibitions and these facilities. You know, people being allowed to pay to hold them, children being allowed to hold them. These are wild animals with very big teeth. They are not domesticated, and the fact that sloth bit the child it shows that it was scared and it was afraid, because sloths only bite when they're really scared. So yeah, there's just a lot of work to do still on this, but we're making good progress.
But again, they also admitted to us that we are law enforcement officers. We're not veterinarians. We're not scientists. And so what they're looking for is the same exact thing they're looking for at Sloth World. And they also said everything seemed fine. And so that they're using the same standard they used before. And that's the problem. There needs to be a different standard.
A lot of questions about the standards, the expertise, and you know, raising more questions about, you know, making sure that the standards are there for these creatures. Yes.
So there is something to be said for, you know, progress happens one step at a time, and so of course the people involved in pushing for change here are still immensely happy that there has been a step taken this quickly, and we shouldn't overlook that. It is incredible that there has been this stop, basically a temporary injunction to halt the importation of sloths in the meantime. That being said, I think there is a lot of push for further change that I think has been evident in that response you just heard. Another question that arose from the FWC director's comments today, he reviewed not only the sloths that already exist, but he brought up those that have died in Sloth World's care. And as a recap, we know that there were 21 that died, according to Sloth World's own vice president, because of cold shock, because the facility was not ready to house them, he says, and that's in an FWC incident report from August 2025. Another 10, they said, died because of assorted health issues related to transport. And then we have necropsies for another 21 sloths who list a variety of issues. We also have their veterinarian's notes. 2 of them, for instance, we know died the day after getting into a fight with each other, and their necropsies mention acute trauma. And then other sloths have, on their necropsies, mentioned intestinal issues and a variety of things with that. Some of them have viruses that come back, or tests that come back as showing positive for different viruses. Some of them don't, and almost all of them mention intestinal issues of some kind. So when the FWC director said that they died because of an intestinal infection, that raises some questions, just because we have their own records saying that that was not always the case. So I asked about that today as well.
It's an excuse. And okay, firstly, if they did contract an intestinal infection, why weren't they being quarantined? Why was an infection allowed to spread throughout the population of captive sloths that they had? So there's that. And secondly, if they did contract an intestinal infection, that is not something that happens in a normal, wild, healthy sloth. You don't get intestinal infections wiping out the sloths. It's happening because they're chronically stressed, they're being fed a bad diet, their immune systems are weakened, and everything is sort of fed into that situation. And perhaps maybe, yeah, there was an intestinal infection, right? But why was there an intestinal infection? It's like, okay, that might have been the ultimate cause of death, but what led to that? So yeah, it's just excuses. And the fact is that those sloths weren't being properly cared for.
Excuses, she says.
Strong words.
Yeah.
Strong words. The FWC, as we mentioned, had been out to the Sloth World facilities in August when there had been 31 sloths that had passed, and they found no problems that they deemed worth pursuing. And more sloths were imported, more and more sloths died. So there are a lot of people calling for change as a result of this, and criminal charges against the owners of Sloth World as a result of this. So when she says that she feels like those are excuses, it's I would suppose saying or pointing a finger at the FWC for not taking further action earlier on, because of the nature of those sloth deaths, which we know are at least in part associated with the conditions at the warehouses that Sloth World had them in. There is a lot of change that people are still working on. So as we mentioned, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, Attorney General, and State Attorney are looking into potential criminal charges. And there's a task force that State Representative Anna Escamani is working to create right now. So it's not already created, but is being created to look at changes that could happen with Class 3 licenses and with the importation of sloths moving forward. She's hoping to have rule changes available for presentation by December. There is an FWC meeting in August where maybe this could come up. However, to have rule changes just in the legislative process, you have to have public comment, and things like that take time. Mm-hmm. So December is a more likely option. But again, this is the type of thing that normally takes years and years. Change takes a long time when it comes to the legal process. So December's not bad if it happens by then.
Like you said, the fact that progress is already being made.
I'm astounded.
It is surprising to see, because you often don't see it happening like this. Obviously, still many more steps to come, but we are seeing action on this. So, Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you joining us this morning, breaking all this down for us.
Thanks so much for having me.
We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, hopefully things a little bit calmer weather-wise than we saw yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday it got a little spirited at times. We had one severe thunderstorm that blew through Oviedo in Seminole County and caused some hail up to 1 inch in size, a little bit of wind damage. But that was the only severe thunderstorm across the area that was officially verified. Elsewhere, we had a lot of rain and a lot of lightning. So I think it definitely took a lot of people by surprise when we hadn't had rain in some time. Now today we could see a couple more showers and storms around, nowhere near the coverage that we saw yesterday. They'll be more isolated in nature. So unsettled weather through the day today, a little quieter though by the end of the week, Thursday and Friday. So low pressure is offshore of Daytona, and you can see its attendant front kind of parked stationary across the area. That's going to help to focus the rain chances a little bit later on this afternoon. So we also have in the upper levels of the atmosphere a series of disturbances that'll be rotating through like spokes on a bicycle tire, with the center of the tire associated with an upper level low in the northeast. And these little spokes of energy are going to help to produce thunderstorm activity through this afternoon, the second spoke arriving tonight. Now, with the loss of heating of the day, our rain chances should be over around or just before sunset. So if you have outdoor plans, you should be good to go. But until then, there's a good 60 to 70% chance for some passing showers, especially from Sanford and Orlando points south and east around the region. So here's a look at future radar. That front will be lingering, and we'll see a few showers popping up, 2, 3 o'clock, maybe some thunderstorms as well. Again, nowhere near the coverage of what we saw yesterday, but you may catch a quick 45 minutes of a downpour throughout the afternoon. Maybe if you get lucky, you'll get a little bit heavier rain. But the main impact, if we have any strong storms, would be damaging wind gusts as the main threat. Winds of 45 to 50 miles per hour, perhaps. Damaging in the sense of it could bring down some limbs. Probably not as bad as yesterday. Maybe some pea-sized hail. Otherwise, that's it. The storm's out of here, and then we'll be good to go for the rest of this work week. We may pick up an additional 1/10 of an inch to maybe up to an inch of rain. Cocoa Beach looks like it could catch an inch of rain. We'll see how that all goes. It may be in that general vicinity, maybe not Cocoa specifically. But that said, we're going to warm up to 87 degrees today at Cocoa Beach, 86 in Orlando, 81 in Ocala. And there's a launch tonight, by the way, at 10 minutes till 7. Now, the weather forecasters at Patrick Space Force Base are only giving this a 60% chance for a go, weather-wise. And that means that they're cautiously optimistic, but if there are clouds that are too heavy, there's showers or thunderstorms in the vicinity, they're going to have to delay it or maybe even scrub it one more day. This is that big resupply mission to the ISS. It's got the goodies, like chocolate chip cookies that the astronauts are looking forward to. So they want to get that thing onto orbit as soon as they can, but they got to do it safely. Now today we'll have muggy weather, a 60% chance of rain. It'll be a little muggy tomorrow, but then we'll have a drier Friday. Then just as soon as that more comfortable air rolls in for the end of this week, we're back to the humidity this weekend. And associated with that humidity, we're going to warm things up to nearly 90 degrees. And we'll see about a 20 to 30% chance for some isolated afternoon thunderstorms that would be associated with the sea breeze. So that's also the pattern, Garrett, that we see with summertime, where we have the sea breeze driving our rain chances every afternoon, not so much a front in the area. And will this front we're getting right now be the last cold front of the season? Maybe, but some of the long-range models are saying we may get one more front by the end of May. So we'll see. It's usually within 2 weeks of the end of May that we have the rainy season officially begin. The cold fronts stop coming through, and we get those daily afternoon sea breeze storms.
All right, at least we are getting some much-needed rain right now, but we hope that launch can goes up. We don't want to keep the astronauts from their chocolate chip cookies.
I mean, this is very important. There are priorities on orbit, and that's one of them.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
And as we go to break, let's give you a live look from our Titusville camera at the Launch Credit Union, hoping that launch goes off a little bit later tonight, just this evening, I should say. Meanwhile, we are also waiting for Governor DeSantis, going to be speaking at the Brevard County Sheriff's Office North Precinct in Titusville. You can see everyone standing by, waiting for the governor. Going to be joined by a couple of other officials at the state level. And so we'll be bringing that to you live as soon as that begins, which we expect any minute now. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning. Give you a live look inside the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. This is their North Precinct, which is in Titusville. You can see a number of deputies standing there, a crowd seated as well, waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis, who is going to speak alongside Florida Department of Law Enforcement Commissioner Mark Glass, Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles Executive Director Dave Kerner, and the Secretary of the Florida Department of Corrections, Ricky Dixon, at this news conference where you can see the placard there talks about the fighting fentanyl in Florida. So unclear what exactly might come out of this, what the announcement there might be, but we will bring this to you live any minute now. And this was a news conference scheduled for 11:15, but now that it appears the governor and his staff are there, we expect this to begin any minute now. We saw Sheriff Wayne Ivey in the crowd just a few minutes ago. We may also hear from him at this news conference as well. Certainly expect him to be there with the governor, as we've seen the governor speaking alongside Sheriff Ivey multiple times, I think, in the past year or so. Is when he travels to Brevard County. So we will bring you this news conference as soon as it begins. I do want to let you know a couple of other live events that are going on right now. That includes in Hillsborough County. See if we might. This may be getting underway right now. Sheriff Wayne Ivey walking in there. We'll see if we see some of the other officials coming in. We'll give this just a minute here. You can see members of the Department of Corrections. You see FDLE as well. So numerous law enforcement agencies represented here at this news conference where they're going to be talking about fighting fentanyl. Well, it does appear we have a minute, so I'm going to get you caught up on a couple of other things that we are tracking right now. I'll give you a live look in Hillsborough County, where a jury will soon decide whether Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Davion Murphy, and Rashad Murphy will spend the rest of their lives in prison or whether they will be sentenced to death. The Julio Fulio murder trial has now entered the sentencing phase after all four of those defendants last week were found guilty of first-degree murder in the shooting death of Charles Jones, the Jacksonville rapper who is known as Julio Fulio. So we will keep an eye out on that. Well, here comes Governor Ron DeSantis, the FDLE commissioner, and other officials. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Brevard County, we're excited to be able to deliver a really good announcement and something that we're very proud of. I'm joined by an all-star cast today, our FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass, Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles Executive Director Dave Kerner, Ricky Dixon, Florida Department of Corrections, of course, our famous sheriff here, Wayne Ivey. We've got William Shiner from the 18th Judicial Circuit, State Attorney, Titusville Mayor Andrew Connors. We've got Titusville Police Chief John Law and Brevard County School Board Vice Chair Megan Wright. I want to thank everybody for being here. We are, and we've been actually right here in the past, talking about efforts that we've undertaken to combat opioid overdose, fentanyl overdose, and the infiltration of drugs in our community. And we've taken a full spectrum approach to this. You remember when Joe Biden opened the border back in 2021, I was the first one to send state law enforcement to help, including National Guard, to help Texas manage that problem. And we had a good impact, but without the federal government's help, it was obviously inadequate, and so we needed to do more and more. We enacted Operation Vigilant Sentry to protect Florida's coastlines. We had 250 officers and soldiers from Florida DEM, Florida State Guard, and other agencies to help the Coast Guard patrol the southern coast of Florida. And you've got boats that want to come in from Haiti, from Cuba, from Bahamas, and we don't want boats just showing up on our shores in Florida. So Coast Guard is supposed to get them. They didn't have enough of a coverage, so we came in and filled the void. And since we did Operation Vigilant Sentry, we've had 19,000 illegal aliens interdicted on the seas, and more than 18,000 of them were repatriated to their home countries. And we've also been able to remove almost 500 vessels during that program. And when you catch some of these, you have narcotics, you've got contraband, you've got other things. So that's been really good, and that's absolutely saved lives. We also have understood that we need to help law enforcement combat drugs flowing into our communities. In 2023, we established the State Assistance for Fentanyl Eradication, the SAFE grant program, which provides law enforcement with the funding needed to conduct large-scale drug operations across the state. We know that the amount of fentanyl needed to kill a lot of people is not very big. And if you look at what the SAFE program has done, they've had 3,000 arrests, 600 pounds of fentanyl, and 65,000 fentanyl pills. That's enough fentanyl to kill almost half of the U.S. population just there. But it's not just fentanyl. They've seized cocaine, methamphetamines, millions of dollars in cash, dirty money, more than 970 firearms, 85 vehicles have been seized as a result of the program. So these are big busts, and they keep our communities safer. Now, we know that this is being fueled by drug cartels that are transnational, primarily based in Mexico. Our operations, particularly with illegal immigration, have had a specific focus on anti-cartel and to make sure that we're rooting out people who are affiliated with these drug cartels. You look at some of the success we've had. Northwest Florida, FDLE dismantled a major trafficking organization spanning the Panhandle, arresting 15 and seizing nearly 15 pounds of fentanyl, as well as meth, firearms, and cash. Pasco County Sheriff's Office dismantled a fentanyl ring tied to multiple overdose victims, including a 2-year-old child. Polk County FDLE and Sheriff Judd's office carried out the largest fentanyl seizure in county history, involving cartel members tied to the Seminole and Jalisco cartels. And in rural counties like Suwannee, the SAFE program is helping smaller sheriff's offices conduct major narcotics investigations that otherwise would not have been possible. So today, we are pleased to announce that we're not just talking about anecdotes of successful operations, that we actually have the data, the most recent data, showing the progress that Florida has made. Florida Department of Law Enforcement has just released the 2025 Interim Drugs Identified in Deceased Persons report from the Florida Medical Examiners Commission. And what this report shows is that our efforts are working. The report shows that statewide drug-related deaths decreased by 19% in the most recent reporting period, and opioid-caused deaths dropped by 42%, and fentanyl-caused deaths specifically declined by 46%. That is a huge, huge success story, and everybody that's been involved in that should be awfully proud to see those figures. Fentanyl remains the leading drug involved in overdose deaths, yet the report also shows that deaths involving cocaine decreased by 24%. Meth-related deaths fell by more than 31%. So that is also a very, very big deal. And when we were really mobilizing against the fentanyl overdose many years ago, you would find people anywhere you looked, someone knew somebody who had either lost a loved one or a friend or a family member to a fentanyl overdose. And it was something that was a real serious epidemic. It's still a problem for sure, but I don't think anybody at that time would have thought it was possible that we'd see a 46% reduction in fentanyl overdose deaths. That just wasn't in the cards. We were just hoping to stop the increase and try to mitigate everything that was happening. So I want to applaud everybody that's been involved in this. And, you know, this is another reason why the legislature now is considering the budget. They didn't do it during the regular session as they normally do, so they're in for special session. And it's why we need to make sure that we're compensating the folks in law enforcement, certainly in our state agencies. I recommended $13.5 million in additional pay increases for our sworn state LEOs in this year's budget. Also, more than $11 million in funding for a career development plan for highway patrol troopers, and we've worked very hard to do that, as well as increase in the pay of our corrections officers, which is a very tough job, and it's something that we got to remain competitive in. And I know we've had a lot of support from the legislature over the years for those initiatives. Now they're in. It's a time to not just say you support law enforcement, but step up and show in your actions that you do that. And I know that we would welcome that support. So I hope everybody will take that and know that, you know, to be able to recruit and retain good people, it does require resources, but the payoff is good. And this is an example of how that payoff is good, where we're making, you know, not just some progress, but really dramatic progress against fentanyl. So I want to thank Mark Glass, Dave Kerner, Ricky Dixon, of course, all of our sheriffs, Wayne Ivey, and others have done a great job by doing this. So we're going to hear from folks. So we'll start with Mark Glass, then we'll go with Dave, Ricky Dixon, then Sheriff Ivey.
Thank you, Governor. I'm FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass, and Governor, I just want to say under your leadership, we are saving lives. You heard the stats the Governor just stated on the medical examiner's report, the interim report that came out today from January to June of this year, of last year. I'm just going to give you an example. In the beginning of 2021, when the Governor saw that the fentanyl deaths were at the highest, we were talking at 5,791 people died of fentanyl alone in the state of Florida in 2021. This Governor, under his leadership, put together a full spectrum of operations to include the SAFE Act, which you heard the numbers there, what it's doing, to include increased penalties for these drug traffickers and people that are doing that, to accessibility for Narcan to help family members, the Facts Your Future from the First Lady getting out there and get the campaign to show families that there's ways to help mitigate these type of things. This is a whole community approach that the Governor led. And with my brethren here under criminal justice, it is something we had to deal with on a daily basis, but it is so much easier to deal with on a daily basis when you have the leadership and support of the Governor and our legislator that's been giving our law enforcement pay raises over the year, which were way behind the national norm for years, and we're very, very thankful for that. So taking a piece of the SAFE program, which is a results in saving lives issue, and you heard the numbers there. So that's 62% decrease from 2021 to today. And Governor, I just want to tell you, I just got off the phone with my team that does the Medical Examiners Commission with them, and they said they're compiling the 2024-25 end of year stats, and it's going to go down further. So this is the type of stuff that we're doing. Just to kind of give you an idea, I told you 791 deaths in 2021, and this interim report is going to show you about, between that, fentanyl and fentanyl analogs, roughly about 1,500. So you got analogs, people making changes to it and everything, but 1,500. That is huge. And these men and women in our state correctional facilities, our troopers out on the street doing introduction to drugs all the time, our deputy sheriffs and our police officers. This is huge. This is huge. But they're putting their life on the line because fentanyl is so dangerous to the touch. And it doesn't take much to kill you. And they're doing it daily. And they're putting their family at risk to make sure that we do have numbers like this to save lives. No baby in this state of Florida has to grow up without a dad or their mom. And that's what we're doing. We're trying to and the legislators who are meeting to look at our pay issues and stuff, we are very thankful for what we've been given over the past under his governor's tenureship. It's been amazing for us, and we just continue. Governor, I just want to say thank you for your leadership, and this has been wonderful for us.
Thank you, Brevard County, for having us here today. Sheriff Ivey, it's a beautiful county. We're honored to be here with you, sir, and your deputies. We're honored to be here as well with the greatest governor in the United States of America, Governor Ron DeSantis. You know, the results speak for themselves, and what I can tell you is that it's been a professional pleasure of mine to serve under Governor Ron DeSantis and to be empowered the way that we are. And so I have to take a moment to say thank you to the governor, but also thank you to the men and women behind me that I'm standing here with today. It starts at the top with the governor, 1,000%, but where the rubber meets the road are the men and women in uniform behind me. And without their effort, without their risk, without the service of their family members, their husbands and their wives and their children that watch them go to work every day, these results would not be possible. And so to all of you behind me and who you represent, thank you for what you do. You have my deepest respects. And so thank you. The numbers are objective, they're factual, they're empowering, and they're inspiring. And Commissioner Glass, thank you for your leadership and FDLE agents as a whole on reducing the amount of deaths. It's making a huge impact in the lives of Florida families. I wanted to give some color to how that happens. I think the governor used the word, I want to get it right because it was spot on, it was a full spectrum approach, right? So what is a full spectrum? Well, we've heard a little bit about the SAFE program. We've heard about how our corrections officers are involved in making sure that people do not recidivate. There's also an element of interdiction that Commissioner Glass spoke about. And that's what these men and women in the Highway Patrol do every day. You may drive by them and see what they're doing, but I wanted to give you just a quick look behind the glass as to what we're finding intentionally looking for out there on our highways and our byways and in your community. Item 1. CIU troopers conducted a traffic stop. I did a probable cause search with a canine, 500 fentanyl pills, and 44 pounds of cocaine. That's just in one stop. CIU troopers conducted a traffic stop with a canine search. A probable cause search revealed 33 pounds of cocaine inside a gray and black duffel bag. The next stop, 380 pounds of cocaine. That's 172 kilograms. Troopers conducted a stop. A probable search revealed 10 pounds of methamphetamine and 4 grams of marijuana. Canine Taz did a air sniff, and probable cause was obtained with an alert. A total of 24.25 pounds of cocaine. $4.9 million was recovered. That's money going back to the cartels, by the way, 1,000% going back across the border. Another stop, 1,007 oxycodone pills, $8,523 in U.S. currency, 200 grams of ketamine, 78 6 grams of MDMA, and the list just goes on and on and on. And the point of that is that under the leadership of the governor, not just the Florida Highway Patrol, but a full approach of government and state law enforcement and our sheriffs have intentionally attacked our roadways and our systems of interstate commerce to find these drugs and take them off the streets. Each one of those examples that I've read to you literally represent thousands of people's lives saved, families kept together, people not in prison because they didn't have an opportunity or access to those dangerous and deadly drugs. That's what these folks behind me do each and every day. And it makes an impact and it makes a difference in the quality of life in this beautiful, wonderful, great state of Florida. Having said that, the governor's right. To continue to do this job and to continue to do the dangerous work that these men and women do, they need resources. And the legislature in the past has been helpful. But we are at an important moment in time here as we enter the legislative special session on budget. For the last 4 years, as I've been executive director, every year Governor DeSantis has supported and put in his recommended budget a career development plan for our state troopers. He has done that again this year, and it has failed to been passed by the legislature in years past. And so we call upon the leaders of the legislature. We ask humbly and in many respects need this assistance and respect for these troopers to have a career development plan. It's not just about them. It's about their families, it's about quality of life, it's about having a pathway to financial stability, and it's something that they deserve. And so, Governor, thank you again for supporting that very important item. We are hopeful that the legislature and their leaders will look positively upon this request, and I can promise you either way, these men and women behind us are going to continue to keep this state safe, and it's an honor for them to do it, and I know that they love what they do because they're making real impacts in the state that they love. Governor, thank you.
Okay, Ricky.
I'm Ricky Dixon, Secretary of the Florida Department of Corrections. I want to start off by thanking the men and women behind me and recognizing the work they do across the state. Specifically in our case, these corrections staff represent about 24,000 men and women who miss a lot of ball games, a lot of family events, work a lot of long hours, doubles, to keep Florida safe. So appreciate them and the work they do so much. They work those long hours. A lot of that's due to the shortages we've had and the need for competitive pay. So I'm so glad to work for a governor who recognizes the role corrections plays on the back end of the criminal justice system. We arrest a lot of people in our state and keep people safe. Oftentimes our colleagues in law enforcement deal with these people for hours or weeks, and our staff deal with them for decades or a lifetime in many cases. So our governor has never once failed to continue to support the men and women who do this work. I can tell you we've positioned ourselves as a national leader in corrections. People are coming from all over the nation and around the world to look at best practices right here in Florida. One of those stats is recidivism. We have one of the lowest recidivism rates in the United States. What that means is when people get out of prison, they're less likely to come back. That's less cost to taxpayers, and more importantly, it's less victims. Usually when somebody comes back in our system, there's a victim associated with that return to prison. So we are leading the nation in that area. We couldn't say these things and be in the position we are without the fiscal support in terms of the resources and the pay increases. This system would have absolutely imploded several years ago after COVID had the governor not stepped in and taken some of the bold action he did to recover our system, and we have rebounded phenomenally. We've had some historic pay raises and increases that keep us competitive, and we are very hopeful that the Senate and the House and the legislature sees the governor's recommendations through this year and recognize that we have to stay competitive in the compensation for our men and women who do this important work. So thank you for having me today, and glad to be here.
All right, good morning, everybody. So as everybody knows, Brevard County is the safest county in the state of Florida. I can say that, Governor. Without question, though, Florida is the safest state in the country, and that's because of this man right here. His leadership that he has undertaken from day one, and I want to give you an example of that. In May of 2019, he'd been governor for about 4 months. He was standing right here in Brevard County. We'd just taken off a major fentanyl organization. In fact, we seized 3 pounds of fentanyl. 3 pounds of fentanyl is enough that if it was put in a lethal dose, it would kill all 600,000 residents in Brevard County. Governor DeSantis was standing boots on the ground with us, giving us the resources we need, making sure that we were working with our partners from FDLE, the Highway Patrol, DOC, all of the men and women you see stand behind me. Our team having the resources they need. We have our PBA president, Mullen Buggs, here with us today. Please give Marlon and his team a round of applause. But Governor DeSantis was standing right there with us, making sure that we had. More importantly than that, he was listening to us tell him what we needed to fight this battle. And what you see is the result of that. It didn't happen overnight because it didn't get broken overnight, but it did get fixed, and it's been fixed in a large fashion, and that will continue under his leadership. I can tell you that he pushes us, but he also gets us the tools we need. He has been a godsend when it comes to helping the state of Florida, certainly our sheriff's offices, with recruitment and retention, making sure that not only was he getting the right resources for our state officers and agencies, but getting it for our sheriff's office and our local police departments as well, knowing that they're the ones that are out there, the boots on the ground, the men and women that are out there trying to keep everybody safe, keeping evil away from the door. He was getting us not only help with retention and recruiting, but he did something else I think is the most important thing that he did to help law enforcement. He stood with us. No matter what, he stood with us. He didn't let people talk crap about us. He stood up for his law enforcement officers and told people they are the ones keeping you safe, and I'm going to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. So these results that you've heard today aren't surprising. While they're awesome, and I know everybody in this room has a heart that goes out to those that have lost somebody to an overdose death, to fentanyl. And if we were honest and we raised our hand, probably everyone in this room knows someone or a family that's been impacted by that. But he didn't just say, hey, we got a problem, we're going to fix it. He fixed it. And I can't thank him enough for his leadership, not just on this initiative, but on everything that law enforcement and our public safety partners have done along the way. He has been dynamic for us. and I'm proud to stand here with him. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Would also just like to acknowledge we launched a couple years ago the CORE initiative, Coordinated Opioid Response or Opioid Recovery Program, and basically it was you had folks would go in, they would overdose, they'd go to the hospital, they wouldn't die, but then they basically get discharged, and what are they going to do? They're going to use again. I mean, a lot of these folks were addicted to the opioids at that point. And so we recognized that and created an integrated program where you would actually try to stabilize those folks once they left the hospital and help them kind of get beyond something that's very difficult to do. And that's had a lot of success too. I think that the relapses went down dramatically. People who had gone into the hospital and were discharged before we had that, the core, we would have them back in the hospital and sometimes unfortunately would die. Now you don't see as much recidivism in places that are using this program. So I want to thank everyone. That was Department of Emergency Management, Department of Health, working with local folks, and they did a really good job with that, and we're proud of that, and we think that it does have to be full spectrum. You do have to focus on the supply, which we do. You got to hold people accountable, particularly when they're peddling this to children, and we do treat them as if they are homicides, and people go to prison for the rest of their lives sometimes, as long as we don't get a liberal judge. Then they go for the rest of their life. I mean, we have judges that release people. You know, it's just like I get, like, you know, there's how you view kind of the criminal law. Some people construe that in favor of the defendant more than I think what it should be. I mean, you obviously have constitutional rights 100%, but sometimes some judges bend over backwards. But it's even beyond that. Like, once you're convicted of like being a child sex predator, why would you do anything other than just throw the book at those people? I don't get why you would release someone on bond pending sentencing, giving them a chance to reoffend, and in a case in Tallahassee, killed somebody, a five-year-old child. So I just don't understand what goes into the thinking of some of these judges. But nevertheless, we do have tough penalties. But you also do got to work on the demand side, and it's not just with our core program. It's also with some of the stuff we're doing with schools and alertings the students. You know, the reality is, you know, not that you would ever want these kids to have ever done any of this in history, but what was on the street in 1965 for drugs that like a high school senior would get involved with wasn't good. But now, you do something with fentanyl in it, you could be dead right there. I mean, you don't get a second chance on it. And so letting these kids know that it is not worth doing any type of experimentation, I do think that has had a positive effect as well. So there's a lot of things that have gone into it. Oh, and then also helping law enforcement with the Narcan. You'll have folks that overdose, they get the Narcan, and then you're able to revive them and prevent a death. That has an impact too, and we've put money behind that. I know a lot of the sheriffs have embraced it. It's just part of the tools that we have to be able to combat this scourge. But it's, you know, there's certain things that have permeated where you know, everyone knows somebody who's been impacted by fentanyl, just like everyone knows somebody's been affected by cancer. There's a handful of things that really span anything, and this was really at an epidemic proportion. I still think it's a big problem, but to see the improvement, you know, that's a job well done for a lot of the people that's been involved. So thank you for what you've done. Okay, do we got any questions?
Governor, could you please address the reports that Alligator Alcatraz will be closing soon? How much money does this cost for the taxpayers? And most importantly, where's the reimbursement money from DHS and the federal government?
Well, as you know, DHS didn't have the ability to hold these illegal aliens that we were apprehending. So because we did that with their support and their reimbursement, we were able to get 22,000 staged and deported who otherwise would have been released back into Florida communities. Do you want some illegal alien from Guatemala who has molested kids to be released back in your community, or do you want them sent back to their home country? I want them sent back. I don't want them offending in our communities. And we've seen so many times where people who shouldn't be here get put back on the street, and then we see the victims as a result. So being able to fill that void where at the time the federal government did not have the resources to do it, no question that saved lives, no question it's increased public safety, and no question it's the right thing to do to defend the sovereignty of this country. You can't have a situation where a president like Biden can let in 10 million people illegally, and then we're just supposed to say, okay, yeah, maybe we'll just take a mulligan and try better next time. No, you have got to enforce the law on that. And that's exactly what we've done. Without us stepping up to do that, you would have had these people released back into Florida communities. They would not have ended up being deported in all likelihood. And so it's made a huge, huge difference. Now, when we opened it in the summer of 2025, it was always intended to be temporary because we were only doing it because the federal government didn't have the resources to hold these people themselves. Well, now they've gotten a lot of money over the last 9 months. They've been able to work and adjust their operations accordingly. And ideally, I wouldn't want to be involved in this business at all. I mean, if the federal government, if they control the border and the people here are illegally, they handle, if they could do that with no state support, all the better. Now, I can tell you last summer they had no chance to do that without state support. And even today, we have all the 287G agreements. We're working very closely with them. I don't think you get the job done without that close cooperation where we are assisting in this important mission. But if they have beds other places where they're able to do it, that's fine. That was never meant to be permanent, and obviously it's at an airport down there where everything that we constructed is temporary. We didn't build any permanent facilities down there because we knew it was going to be temporary. Now, I have not gotten any official word that they're going to not be sending illegal aliens there. I mean, the way it's worked, we haven't sent anyone at the state. The feds determine who goes there. Then the state handles the processing and the staging, and then the feds take them and send them back to their home country. And it's worked very, very well. If they have an ability to handle these folks without that, then that's fine. We're happy to help. We want to help. I don't think you want to go and start releasing folks back into our communities, but I don't think that's what their plan is. I think their plan is they have other places where illegal aliens can be staged. First of all, if you're here illegally, I don't think it should take like an O.J. Simpson trial to figure out whether you can be deported. They should do this a lot quicker. But the reason why you've needed the detention space is because it's a massive bureaucracy. Like, we had to bring immigration judges down there to like do all this stuff. And I mean, it's really, really insane. So, but it is what it is. So having that, you're just there. And when President came down, he said he was on board. The reimbursement is approved, so that will happen. But I notice, and we said that from the beginning, and DHS has confirmed that FEMA doesn't reimburse immediately. It just takes time. It's different than some of the other things. And we're still waiting for FEMA reimbursement from hurricanes from a couple years ago on different things, just the way the federal government operates. But it is approved. But I notice, like, the media, they're very concerned about the cost of detaining and deporting illegal aliens. They never talk about the cost of having illegal immigration. They never talk about the costs that are imposed on taxpayers because of medical care, the cost on taxpayers for schooling, which were constitutionally required under a flawed Supreme Court decision from decades ago. They never talk about the human cost that the angel moms have suffered at the hands. They don't like talking about the drug cartel's involvement and all this other stuff. So what is the cost of that? What is the cost of allowing illegal immigration to continue to overrun our society? I think those costs are staggering. And so we've saved taxpayers money. We've saved taxpayers from medical care and schooling and all these different things that you end up footing the bill for when you have an open border and you don't have enforcement. And that's not even to mention the public safety aspect to this. And can you put a price on having deported someone who may have ended up sexually assaulting, some 12-year-old girl, which happens? It happens a lot with some of these folks, and we've decided we're not just going to sit back, twiddle our thumbs, and blame other people. We're going to make a difference, and if we have to inject into this in ways that that states and other parts of the country are not willing to do, so be it. I'd rather do what's right, and I'd rather protect the people that I was elected to serve.
The importation of sloths into Florida. This comes after the failed Sloth World in Orlando. Do you know about when that is the executive order is going to be drafted and put in place?
It's soon. I mean, I would just refer you to FWC on this. First of all, this sloth, I mean, like, you know, you've got like a lot of options in Orlando for amusement. It's like, it's never been high on our list that says fair. I don't know. Like, I really don't understand how this we've got. And there have been a bunch of different things over the years that have been tried, and not all of them succeed. Some of them I used to like. You know, when I was a kid, they had boardwalk and baseball. I thought that was fun. They had this stadium. I think it was the Royals would spring train there. You know, they've had, like, they tried the Holy Land. They've tried a bunch of different things, you know, over the years, but this is one. But FWC's on it, and, you know, I would expect to see something, you know, relatively short order.
Governor, you talked a little bit about, you know, the alligator Alcatraz and how that stopped some of that fentanyl, some of those opiates coming in. Have you seen a connection since the opening of alligator Alcatraz to your fight against fentanyl?
So the statistics that we're showing now go up until about the time that it opened, so they would not be reflected in that. But I think, as Mark Glass said, preliminary data that we have from the second half of 25 is even better than the data that I cited today. So I'm sure that there is at least some connection. I'm not saying it's the majority. I'm not saying it's not. But the reality is you've got a lot of the people that the feds send through there who have rap sheets. And even if they haven't been convicted, they've been involved in a lot of stuff. And that's better to not have them on the street. I mean, that's just the way that you got to do this stuff. And just think of the contrast. You know, they're now showing, and this has been something that I saw firsthand. I was out in LA a week or two ago speaking at a conference, and yeah, they're having this mayor's race, but it's like you have basic order and quality of life has collapsed because of the drug addicts that are left to roam free, the homeless that are left to roam free. A lot of the criminals for many years were able to get away with pretty much anything. I know they've elected a new district attorney who's more law focused, but the police don't get the support in Los Angeles the way they do in the state of Florida. And so you've seen a lot of these people are like, you know, how can you take like this place that is like perfect weather, all these great things, and allow all these problems? And it's just a question of, who are you looking out for? And for me, like, I care about people that are working hard, living their lives, raising families, doing the basic things and doing it right. You've got to things got to work for them. And so many of these like liberal states and cities, they just try to bend over backwards. Oh, they don't want to offend a drug addict. Oh yeah, you're allowed to defecate on the sidewalk. Oh, it would hurt their feelings if we did something else. Really? That's not the way you are going to be able to have an orderly and successful society. So some of these things on these approaches, and look at what California and some of these states, they're sanctuary states. So if you own a small business, you get taxed to smithereens, you have regulations, you've got all these problems, you come illegally, you get everything for free. Free health care, right? I mean, it's not free because the taxpayers have to fund it. All these different things, these incentives, and they're getting what they're incentivizing with these policies. And I just think it's sad because a lot of these places have been great in the past and still have a lot of potential in the future, but not if that's your approach. If you're always going to give your hardworking taxpayers the short end of the stick, if you're going to always give the law-abiding citizens the short end of the stick, if you're not going to stand up for the people that wear the uniform who are responsible for keeping order, if you're not going to do that, you're going to continue to have these poor results. Okay, thanks everybody. Yeah, one more?
Yeah, one more. Thank you. How do you justify using state and local tax dollars on the proposed new race stadium being owned by a private entity?
Well, we're not doing at the state level money for stadium, and we've not done that since I've been governor. I know they've tried to do it in the past. We've not. But what we do is we do infrastructure around major things, because I don't think people want to sit in traffic. So we have a whole, if this thing comes to effect, we have a whole FDOT plan for how you would do the ingress and egress. You know, we'll put resources into that, but that's people, even if you have no interest in baseball, you don't want to sit in traffic, and you have to make that work if you're going to be accommodating tens of thousands of people for the game. The other thing that we have an interest in, and we'd be willing to put money in, is that site is on the site of the Hillsborough College campus, and it needs a lot of renovations. And so they came to me and they were like, hey, we think the stadium would go good here. We think it'd be good. So they're going to do a deal, or they have a memorandum with the baseball club if it comes to fruition, what a reimagined campus was. So for us, the question is, do we want to sink money into rehabbing old buildings and do all this deferred maintenance, or do we just want to reimagine the campus and do something that can be really special? But that's something that obviously, supports the state's interest. So that's what we've always been. And the reason why, like from the state level, I've not wanted to get involved in saying, oh yeah, we'll pick up this for the stadiums, is because I've got a big state. If I do something for, this and that, it would never work. So we haven't done that. That's more of a local question. And look, I think the reality is, and I've been agnostic to whether a local government should or shouldn't under these circumstances. It's up to them to decide. But the one thing I will just say in terms of baseball stadiums around the country, I think you go like the last 40, 50 years, I think the only one that hasn't been a public-private partnership is Oracle in San Francisco. I think every other stadium just has been. And so that's just kind of the playing field that you're on. And so if these local communities are competing for these teams, that's the backdrop that you have to do. But I do think that site would work well. I think it would benefit Hillsborough College. We've got some state offices there that I think Mark's wanted to get out of there for a long time anyways. So FDLE is they're dying to be able to move somewhere else. Department of Juvenile Justice, we have a little facility there. They were already planning on moving, having nothing to do with the Rays. And so you're going to end up seeing something where it won't just be a park, which, look, you want to have a nice park. I mean, that helps. But in this day and age, that's not enough. You got to have the surrounding entertainment. So it's going to be a whole district where you'll have restaurants, you'll have shops, you'll have a hotel probably. People can come in, all this other stuff. That's what they did in Atlanta at this Battery, and that's had big success. They've done a really good job. And the way it goes with sports nowadays, especially that have a lot of games, not everyone's going to be a diehard baseball fan. Like I would go and watch the game. Like that's what I like, right? I mean, I grew up playing like that, but that's not everyone. So what's the draw? And the more entertainment you have around that, the better I think these projects have done throughout the rest of the country. But I do know that there's a debate about, okay, are they going to go to this Tampa site? I know Orlando wants it. I know Orlando, they would plow a lot of money into this. There's no question. Orange County would. And Charlotte would too. Nashville would. I mean, there's a lot of places around the country who would like to have an MLB franchise. And I didn't check the standings this week yet, but the last time I looked, the Rays, I think, had the second best record in baseball, or certainly one of the top 2 or 3 records in baseball. So that's with a very meager payroll, mind you. And so just imagine if you did something where they were drawing even more fans on a sustained basis. So I'm hoping that it ends up being something that, the MLB commissioner came to me, met with me about a year and a half ago maybe, and was like, it was the previous ownership was in charge, and he's basically just like, listen, this is a distressed asset. We need to figure out a way forward. But he's like, it would be bad for baseball to leave Florida. You guys are the fastest growing state. This market in Tampa's exploded. Like, it would be a bad look for us if baseball can't make it here. But you got to have the right formula. And so I agreed. So I think MLB wants it certainly to stay in Florida. And I think they believe this Tampa site is the best to be able to do that. And I think that the new owners are really, working hard to kind of turn over a different leaf for the franchise. I think a lot of the fans are excited. So we'll see what ends up happening on it. But for us to do the infrastructure, I think is important. We've done infrastructure at the soccer stadium in Miami that just opened. I think we did stuff back in the day before I was governor to help with the ingress and egress at Hard Rock. Actually, no, we did some stuff for F1 to help with the ingress, egress there. And that's just been something that we've traditionally done. I mean, I want people to be able to get from point A to point B in Florida as efficiently and as safely as possible. And I don't know exactly what all that's going to entail in terms of, the total, dollar amount, but that would be something we would traditionally do. But then this Hillsborough College has a chance to really benefit, I think, the college. And the president and the board have been very, very supportive of this. And because I said, listen, if this is going to cause you guys problems, I don't want to be, saying that this would be good. I mean, I want you guys to succeed. And they're like, no, this will take us to the next level. It'll be a really big thing for Hillsborough College. And so we'll see what happens. But I think that, our involvement has been really positive. It's been very consistent with what we've been doing ever since I've been governor. And I think it has a chance to really, benefit the community there in Tampa Bay. But like I said, there's other cities that'll want it if Tampa Bay doesn't end up landing a deal. Thank you.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up a news conference in Brevard County, shaking hands with members of law enforcement there. You heard him walk us through some of the new data from FDLE showing a decline in drug-related deaths, so a 19% overall drop, a 42% drop in opioid-related deaths, and then a 46% drop specifically in fentanyl-related deaths. The governor also answered a number of questions, talking about Alligator Alcatraz, and then at the end there was talking about the status of the Tampa Bay Rays Stadium and what might happen with that. You heard him say that if the deal doesn't end up happening in Tampa, that he knows other cities would be interested in that. Well, we are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to this afternoon, so don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. There are more reports coming out of Milwaukee that the Milwaukee Bucks are looking to move Giannis Antetokounmpo, and there are actually there's quite a bit of speculation, anticipation that he could be moved to either one of Florida's two NBA teams. So joining us live now to talk about this, we've got independent reporter Sean Green joining us live now. Sean, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
You as well, Garrett. Thanks for having me on.
All right. So first of all, let's talk about why the Bucks are looking to move Giannis and what he would bring to a team, no matter where he ends up.
Listen, Giannis has been unhappy for a while now. I think the Bucks have been in a precarious position where they're trying to help their superstar. They're trying to get him the pieces to be successful. But at the end of the day, they haven't done their job. They've had to pay players, and we've talked about it with the Magic, right? You're having to pay players, and then your salary cap gets kind of in a weird position. And the Milwaukee Bucks just haven't done a good job. Obviously, Giannis has been injured a lot in the last year. So I think both parties have understood that Giannis doesn't want to be there anymore. The Bucks want to get as much as they possibly can for Giannis, and that's where we kind of have come to a halt now, where it's looking like he will be getting traded.
And there are also a lot of teams that he could end up at. These are the odds from Kalshi, saying 23% stays with Milwaukee, 21% kind of the leading other team saying the Miami Heat. We also see the Orlando Magic down the list here. So I want to talk about the Heat and the Magic here. Let's start with the Heat. How would Giannis potentially fit in with the team from Miami?
So I think it's a very good question. I'll be honest, I don't know. Because frankly, to get Giannis Antetokounmpo, you're going to have to give up a lot of assets. I think we'll talk about Orlando in a second, but with Miami, I think the only safe player on that roster would probably be Bam Adebayo. So when you look at adding Giannis to that, well, you have Giannis and Bam. But what are you giving up? Is that a Tyler Hero along with like a Jaime Jaquez and a Kel'el Ware? Those are kind of the players along with all of your draft capital that you'll be giving up to get Giannis. Now, will the Heat have to give all that up? Who knows? Obviously, it is a known thing that Milwaukee's looking to trade him. Giannis doesn't want to be there, so maybe they won't have to give up as much. But I think obviously Giannis would immediately become the face of the franchise and would put Miami in contention immediately, regardless.
Now let's talk about the Magic here. What would it take, first of all, for Orlando to get Giannis on the Magic?
Well, first of all, and this is why I do think it is a little unrealistic for the Magic to go get Giannis, because the Magic just traded most of their first-round picks last season for Desmond Bane. So when you're looking at it from that perspective, I think it would be hard for Orlando, but it would take either Paolo Banchero or Franz Wagner, and I would imagine that Milwaukee would want Paolo Banchero. So if you're the Magic, you have to come to terms with that. I know that there were reports that the Magic were making calls to Milwaukee during the trade deadline. I don't know if those got really anywhere near where they needed to be, but you're assuming that Milwaukee was asking of one of Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. And the Magic need to come to grips with if Milwaukee is interested in one of those players and the Magic want Giannis, you have to come with grips of letting one of those players go to ultimately get one of the best players to ever play the game.
Let's look at kind of both of those scenarios here. If they were to trade Paolo for him and get Giannis, but let's say they still have Franz, is that a deal worth making?
You know, I think you're going down a slippery slope if you do it. I think Paolo has shown you, obviously he didn't have the season he wanted, but I think he shows you in the playoffs he does come alive and he shows you he is ready for those big time moments. Paolo is also really young. Giannis is almost 10 years older than Paolo Banchero. So you are you're in a win now mode. And I understand that aspect. You're hiring a brand new coach at this point. So personally, I would not make the move. I know that is crazy to say because again, You're trading for one of the greatest players to ever play the game, an NBA champion, an MVP. But I think if you're the Magic, you want to give yourself flexibility. You just gave Paolo an extension. You'd have to pay Giannis a lot of money while also trying to keep the roster intact. And again, you're going after an aging player who has had injury concerns. I think with Paolo Banchero, you're getting a young player, a guy that still hasn't even touched the tip of his prime. And I think that's where you kind of look at it and say, I think if you're the Magic, you let the other teams do their bidding and let the chips fall where they may. But listen, Orlando has shown interest in the trade deadline, so it would not shock me if there was a move made.
Does maybe a trade for Franz make more sense, do you think, or do you kind of feel the same way about it?
You know, I think if that were an option, I think the Magic would be open to it. Just like, again, I think they're open to moving Paolo. I don't think there's a reason the move didn't happen during the trade deadline. I think the Magic would have to give up a lot more. But I think it's the same thing. I think they really value Franz. Obviously, Franz has had injury concerns. That is a factor. But I think if you're the Bucks, you're going to want Paolo Banchero. I think that's the player that they would want. I don't think they would want to trade, Giannis for Franz Wagner. I think the person that they would want in return is Paolo Banchero, along with some other pieces. And frankly, I just don't think the Magic have those pieces in draft capital to be able to make this move.
It is going to be an interesting offseason for the Magic, even if they don't bring in Giannis. What do you think we need to see from the front office in this offseason? Obviously, still awaiting news on who the next coach might be, and that's a huge looming question. But what about this roster?
Yeah, the coach is obviously number one. You have to make the right hire. This is probably one of the most pivotal points in Orlando Magic's history in the last 10 years because you have to make this hire work. You're in a win now mode. You don't have much wiggle room. You have to make the right hire. And I think the Magic are going to really need to make decisions in the next month or two on Jalen Suggs and Wendell Carter Jr. and probably Jonathan Isaac. I think that Jonathan Isaac most likely will be getting released just with his contract and where the Magic are at with money. Jonathan Isaac most likely will get released. I think you really need to figure out if Jalen Suggs and Wendell Carter Jr. are a part of your future. If not, I think you need to deal them and try and reshape the team how you want without them. But those are your two key players that you're looking at moving forward, saying, are they going to be on the Magic's roster in this upcoming season?
Yeah, still major questions about the future of this team. Like you said, an important offseason ahead. Really important hiring of that next head coach. It's going to be interesting times. Really interesting to see how this all shakes out. Independent reporter Sean Green. Always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
You as well, Garrett. I appreciate it.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Recording.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us here on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. I want to give you a live look right now. We're waiting on a news conference to begin in Seminole County. Let's see here. It doesn't sound like it's beginning just yet, but I want to give you the rundown of what we are expecting here, because the sheriff's office in Seminole County and some other organizations are teaming up for a forum this afternoon that is looking at mental health and the mental health crisis specifically when it comes to young people. And so this news conference is taking ahead, that we're about to bring you, is ahead of that forum where these groups are going to be discussing what they call the self-harm crisis, mental health solutions for our struggling youth. This is happening at the sheriff's office in Sanford, where a number of Central Florida leaders are going to be discussing youth mental health and self-harm. And this comes on the heels of some recent data just released by the CDC that found roughly 4 in 10 high school students experience persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness. They also say the rates of things like anxiety, eating disorders, and self-injury are climbing right now. All of this, obviously, you can't isolate this from social media and AI and the risks and anxieties that come from all of those things on the digital kind of side of things. And so there's this new initiative that they're calling Breaking Through. You see that on the sign right there, Rethinking Mental Health for the Next Generation. And this is a new initiative that is bringing together not just law enforcement, but also teachers, faith leaders, parents, the medical profession, employers, all of them teaming up to try to help with this and address this and confront the mental health crisis head on. And so we expect to hear in this news conference here, we expect to hear from Seminole County Sheriff Dennis Lemma. We expect to hear from those with Breaking Through this new initiative. And then after that, there's going to be the forum itself. There's going to be presentations from experts. They're going to have a panel discussion, a working session as well. And again, this all includes mental health professionals, teachers, law enforcement, faith leaders, parents, young people as well. You can see some of the things that are highlighted on this sign for Breaking Through, and some of the ingredients that they hope will help address this, and some of the things that they hope will combat this self-harm crisis. Certainly concerning trends that they are that new CDC data is highlighting. And so we will take you to this news conference when it begins. It looks like we are still waiting on a few things here, waiting for this to begin. It is scheduled to begin around any minute now, I guess at 12:30, ahead of the start of that forum. So obviously an important topic. You also see there that says Million Parent Pledge, impacting the mental health crisis one family at a time. So it appears they are going to be looking for some involvement from parents in Seminole County across Central Florida, looking to get involved, to make a pledge and be part of this solution. So this is again a major issue that they are highlighting here today, hoping to discuss this at this forum coming up in just a little bit and discuss some of the solutions, while realizing that it's not a one-size-fits-all issue, that what works for someone might not work for someone else. And so that is something that Sheriff Lemma has talked about, and we expect to hear from him at this news conference, as well as some of these other officials and community members who are part of this Breaking Through initiative. So again, we expect this to begin any minute now. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will get you right back for this news conference coming up in just a couple of minutes.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We are still waiting for this news conference to begin at the Seminole County Sheriff's Office, where we will hear from law enforcement, some other officials talking ahead of the start of this mental health forum that is looking specifically at the mental health crisis among young people and how to address that, trying to get folks from a number of different positions kind of all on the same page when it comes to confronting that. And so let me give you a live look at the Seminole County Sheriff's Office, where we expect this news conference to begin any minute now. I do want to give you a little bit of an update on where a couple of other things stand right now as well. Here's a live look inside a Hillsborough County courtroom where they are in a lunch recess right now, but the sentencing phase for the Julio Fulio trial continuing and is expected to last all week. So this is now day 3 of the penalty phase of this trial after the 4 defendants were found guilty last week of first-degree murder. So now those 4 defendants, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Davion Murphy, Rashad Murphy, they face either spending the rest of their lives in prison or a potential death sentence. It will be up to a jury to decide. We are hearing more evidence throughout this phase of the trial this week about aggravating factors, mitigating factors, so essentially things that stood out that made this crime potentially worse than maybe your, you hate to say average crime, but some factors that certainly make it worse, and then other factors that maybe are mitigating factors and when it comes to the defendants themselves. So we are continuing to monitor that. I know we've listened into it some this week. We'll try to listen into it a little bit later today as well. Also want to let you know that we are expecting this afternoon a news conference where we will hear from Vice President J.D. Vance about the anti-fraud initiatives that he has kind of been spearheading. This is something that has been a focus of his. He's supposed to be holding that news conference coming up around 2 o'clock, and so we'll be keeping an eye out for that. Also later tonight, President Trump going to be welcomed with an official ceremony in China. He has arrived there in Beijing earlier this morning, saw the red carpet rolled out for his arrival. We are also tracking a number of other things today across our area, including the latest on what we know about the rescue of 11 people who were on board a plane that crashed about 80 miles off the coast of Melbourne. Brevard County had the chance to speak with and to hear from the crew that rescued those folks earlier today. And so we will have more on that coming up in just a little bit. We are also continuing to track the fallout of Sloth World. If you missed our conversation with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger earlier today, then you're going to want to check that out. You can find that right now on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page, where she breaks down what this means, what the step of the FWC announcing their plans to temporarily ban sloth imports to Florida. So what does that mean? What does that look like? What questions are there still out there? So you can find our conversation with Marie about that. You'll also hear a little bit more from State Representative Anna Eskamani and some others who we had the chance to hear from today about all of that as we continue to track all of that fallout. Still a lot of questions about accountability, how something like that could have happened, but you're already seeing some progress in preventing something like that from happening again. So that is another thing that we are continuing to monitor, and some other potential changes. Also, don't forget, there is a special session going on right now in Tallahassee. Lawmakers still conferring about the budget, trying to come to some agreements. This is a special session that could go on for a couple of weeks. They are hoping to be able to come to some agreements, take a break for Memorial Day, and then come back after that and kind of pass the final budget by the end of the month. So things are happening with that. But right now, looks like this news conference getting underway in Seminole County. So let's go ahead and listen in as this begins.
We're looking forward to today's discussion and collaboration with all stakeholders within our community that can come together in collaboration to address one of the biggest challenges that we have. Again, in criminal justice, we talk about the work that we do, and the arrest in many cases get the headlines and the apprehension and all of those things that are highly visible. But we have long said that the underlying conditions that lead people down the path to commit crime in the first place is the space that the criminal justice community can have the greatest long-term success. And I think that there's an argument to be made that there are three things that constantly find themselves in competition for the first spot. That's substance use disorder, mental health, and an absence of good, solid parenting. And you'll see organizations across the state of Florida, and especially here in Central Florida, digging down deep into those things, trying to make meaningful impacts. And one of the people that we typically turn to as a community is Andre Bailey, because he has this unique ability to pull together all stakeholders, business, elected officials, community leaders, hospital groups, faith-based community, because we cannot address these problems in silos. So I'm grateful for his leadership on another important initiative throughout Central Florida, and I would argue probably beyond. I think we can admit that we are an incredibly generous society. We treat people with love and compassion based upon what we perceive their medical condition and injury. Like if somebody in this room fell and grabbed their chest, there's not a person in this room that would not render aid to the best of their ability. Or if somebody fell in a restaurant that you were in today or tomorrow and grabbed their knee, we would give them advice to stabilize and do other things, even if we had zero medical experience. At bare minimum, we're going to get on the phone, we're going to call 911, and we're going to make sure that professionals that work in that space are summoned to location to render aid. But I would make the argument disproportionately, if you suffer a medical condition that occurs from the neck up, disproportionately society turns their head, looks in the other direction, because simply we don't feel prepared or equipped to handle those challenges. And I think that through advocacy, through discussion, through normalizing what we know exists in our community, we can save lives. We can give people that are on a struggle towards treatment and a level of sustainability, and their families hope as we move forward. It is so incredibly important that we do this. To put it in perspective, in the state of Florida, we have a law it's similar law in other states, but in Florida, it's a Baker Act law. And most people who don't understand the Baker Act is you can involuntarily admit somebody if they are at the risk of causing self-harm or harm to somebody else. In layman's terms, let's call that condition crimson red. You are in such distress that you have to be removed from normal society and then treated up to a couple of days. And I think I would make the argument that most people in society that have never been Baker Acted, that never had a family member been Baker Acted, are under the false assumption that the day that they're released, they're okay. I think that we can make the argument if you go in on a Friday and are released on a Monday, and Friday is a condition crimson red, you're just a lighter shade of red upon your release. You are desperately needing of services and support within this community. And I think that by using our voice, using our advocacy, addressing these things head on, as the way that Andre has done it so many times in the past, whether it's homelessness, substance use disorder, I think that when you look at connecting the dots, disproportionately, you'll find a commonality with conditions that bleed over. Now, I'm not saying every person who suffers a mental health disorder is using drugs. But I will tell you that the people who are using drugs disproportionately lean into mental health concerns. I think that when we look at the most recent stats, we know that 20% of our populations suffers from a form of a mental health condition, some diagnosed, others undiagnosed, which means a lot of us in this room. But for the grace of God, whatever we may be dealing with, we may be able to manage without other people seeing and knowing. And I think that, again, through advocacy and talk about this, it's incredibly important. Lastly, I think that there's a greater focus on adolescents. In Seminole County alone, we involuntarily admit people under Florida's Baker Act in Seminole County alone more than 2,300 times. Many of those people are repeat people that are going through the system. And just one tragic weekend in Seminole County, we had 3 juveniles, 15 and 16 years old, in one weekend commit suicide. Just as recent as a couple of years ago, the Department of Education said 1 out of every 3 children has seriously contemplated suicide in the last 2 years. Why sometimes Hollywood can glamorize music videos, and television shows on some of these major carriers that highlight suicide, sensationalize suicide. It is incredibly frightening. 3 kids in 3 days, good students, student athletes, loving and supportive families turn to suicide. Now, I make this statement, and this is not a political statement, because as sheriff, I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, of any belief that you have, but I think that we all know as a society that there's a lot of growing up that occurs between 15 and 18 years old. There's a lot of firsts that occur within that window. For me, I had my first relationship and my first disappointment that fell apart in the middle of the cafeteria. And I had to leave home and go to work at a job and clock in and be evaluated by other people. And then I became a starting member of our varsity team and then got benched because of reasons that were going on at school. There was a lot of ups and downs that I experienced. And at the same time, I think between 15 and 18, we would agree that we take on a lot more freedom. A lot of us got our driver's license at 16. We weren't always under the watchful eye of a caretaker or a loved one. Can you imagine just for a moment if those incredibly formative years were spent behind a computer or wearing a face mask or not socially engaging with other human beings? I would make the argument that, especially for the adolescent mind, there is a long-term negative cognitive effect of not being around other people socially. If you can have a Zoom call with me and not even be wearing your pants and still get away with it, I can make the argument that you can hide whatever may be going on with you socially from me as well. And I think now we're picking up all of the harm that has been associated directly with that. And again, at the time, we didn't know what to do. But I think we're seeing right now this crisis with our kids like never before. And I know Andre to be a man of purpose, and we've partnered with him many, many times. And Breaking Through, I think, is another initiative that this community will be incredibly proud of as we fulfill society's greatest responsibility of protecting our most vulnerable. So with that, I'll turn it over to Andre.
Thank you, Sheriff. We're here today during Mental Health Awareness Month in Seminole County to talk about a new program that's launching here in Central Florida and around the state and beyond called Breaking Through. Breaking Through was founded on the idea that although we all know that we've had a mental health crisis brewing in this country for many, many years, that we now see what we call the dual mental health crisis. Sheriff was just alluding to it. And that is that we've all seen for years, for decades, those around us possibly struggle with drugs. They might possibly struggle with DSM-5 clinical, traditional mental health issues. They could have anxiety or depression. Now, though, what we see since 2010 in particular and exacerbated during the pandemic is what we are now referring to as the new mental health crisis, driven by the rise of technology, smartphones, social media, and now AI, where as we see the kids struggling all around us, we must find new ways of engaging them and engaging their parents in the work of helping them overcome this mental health issue. And that's what Breaking Through is all about. Breaking Through over the next few months here in Seminole County, Orange County, and beyond is going to Orange County, Seminole County, Osceola County, is going to be asking parents this one question. Not do we have a mental health crisis in America, not do we have a mental health crisis in Seminole County, but do we have a mental health crisis in the youth, in our children, right in front of us. Breaking Through is going to launch and create new tools to help parents be empowered to impact that crisis right in their own home. I'll show you just a few things that we're going to be working on. We believe that the mental health crisis in an individual or a community can be traced back to 7 focus areas. And this is incredibly important. For those of you that are on Instagram or TikTok, and don't lie, all of you are on Instagram or TikTok. Don't just blame your kids. I watch you. Dick Batchelor is on Instagram about 7 hours a day. So, but there was this video that we saw, and many of you saw it. There was a young lady. This is an Instagram video where she's sitting there on her couch, and there's this voice talking to her. And it says, the voice says, she says, I'm feeling kind of anxious and depressed today. And the voice says, did you sleep last night? She's like, no. And it's like, did you eat? No. Did you leave the house? No. Have you gone out with friends lately? No. And just checks off this list of all of these life factors that she's struggling with that then lead ultimately to her not seeing the correlation between those factors and her mental health. Breaking Through seeks to help parents be empowered in their homes, pastors, leaders of faith in their churches, business leaders with their employees. We look at Gen Z right now struggling to enter into the workforce. Gen Z says mental health issues are the #1 factor that they struggle with as they go into the workforce. So Breaking Through is going to have initiatives focused on all of these. I won't take a ton of time, but I will just show you. We'll be launching what we feel like is the most important part of it. Here in Central Florida, it will be called the Parent Pledge. Beyond in the state of Florida, it will be known as the Million Parent Pledge. That's because we seek to engage 78,000 parents. You heard me right, 78,000 parents this summer in Seminole, Orange, and Osceola counties alone to make a commitment to be the advocate that they needed on mental health in their own home. So this parent pledge is going to be incredibly important. We're launching it at the end of this month. We're also looking at very fancy bells that go off when you hit buttons. That's going to be a big part. We're also launching a program in partnership with Career Source Central Florida called Gen Z Works. This program will be a cutting-edge way of combining employment opportunities, employers, with best practices on mental health for Gen Z as they enter the workforce. We're also launching social media campaigns. We have to meet Gen Z and Gen Alpha where they're at. A new campaign called Human Actually will be launching in the next 2 weeks, helping young people understand the challenges that they're facing and meeting them online for that conversation. The idea that 3 young people in Seminole County would take their own lives in 1 week, and that although it's newsworthy, obviously it was covered by the news and we were all talking about it, in some ways we're almost accustomed as a society that these are the outcomes that we've come to expect around mental health. We know that our kids are struggling like never before in this community, and for too long we have subbed out this problem to therapists, to behavioral health systems, to doctors who only can prescribe medicine. All of these things are important. But at the end of the day, if we are going to take charge and make a difference for our kids in this community, it must start with parents. It must start with leaders, and it must start with all of us. That is the backbone of what Breaking Through is about. Again, we are going to see a lot go on during the month of May, during Mental Health Awareness Month, and we're going to be recruiting business leaders, faith leaders, sheriffs, elected officials, others, to make a commitment not only in their ecosystem, but in their family as well.
So again, thank you all. I know we're going to have a great meeting after this press conference, but I think I will turn it over if there's any questions of myself or Andre from members of the media.
What's the end game here, Andre?
The end game is that the mental health crisis is completely out of control in this community. Again, Sheriff talks often about addiction. He talks about the amount of young people struggling with suicide. We see this incredible rise in substance use and abuse, even the abuse of marijuana. Marijuana is legal now, but abuse of that. The rise in legal sports betting and how it has impacted especially young men and the rates of suicide among young men. The goal is to see parents and leaders finally empowered to bring that crisis to a place where we can get help for our youth. Right now, if someone's struggling, often they have very few places to turn. We have a system that's built with great people, great organizations, great government agencies looking to respond, but they, as we all know, and as they would say, they are overstretched, under-resourced, and often struggle to do this work, and they're doing God's work. The goal is that by the end of this summer, we have 78,000 parents working in their own homes through our Parent Pledge and given tools that they can help their kids in need. Also, I'd say the goal is to see corporate leaders, faith leaders, business leaders, elected officials of all types involved in mental health for Gen Z and Gen Alpha in particular in a different way. Listen, we've said for a long time, and I think I've been guilty of this as well, you know, our young people, 28, 29 years old and younger, that's Gen Z, Gen Alpha, these new kids being born, you know, they have a great life. That, you know, they don't have the struggles that we had. I have come to see that story differently now. We did not grow up, Sheriff, in a world where our every move was under the microscope of Instagram. We did not grow up in a world where you could struggle at home. Your parents could struggle with drugs and alcohol, and then kids at school find out about it, and you're bullied online for what you're struggling with at home. We didn't grow up in a world, Sheriff, where a young woman is teased not about just her weight or her appearance at school, but she's then teased online in a Reddit forum that parents can't see. Parents, leaders, all of us, we have to wake up to the new reality of this mental health crisis for our young people and realize the system that we built to help us as older adults is not the system that was designed to help young people who live and sometimes die in a digital world. This is the goal of breaking through. We can create help, tools, and resources, and in many times help parents address the real enemy that's not outside their home, but that's sitting right in their lap on their cell phone, their iPad, or their digital device.
And to add to Andre's comments, I think that one of the things that I'm striving for is to make people less fearful about mental health conditions. I think that we have been indoctrinated to fear the worst. Don't take my word for it. Go home and search on whatever streaming service you watch movies on. Search up horror movies and categorize the first 10 on how many have an underlying horror message or theme to it. When we see somebody walking down the street with a piece of carpet wrapped around their body, raising their voice, we grab the hands of our loved ones and walk on the other side of the road. Walk through an airport or a restaurant, and I embrace technology. I think it's incredibly important, but look how many people are on their device sitting at the same table and not even make eye contact with one another. I worry about a time where we're still in that era where we're asking AI pleasantries. Please, can you search this? Or please, can you give me this information? I worry that we no longer ask AI with pleasantries, and that bleeds over in how we interact with each other in society. It's just direct, give me the feedback, give me the report. Once upon a time in the recent past, we would have conversations that would evolve into travel exploration and all of these things, and now people don't even have conversations anymore. They say, well, just search it up. I mean, you're asking me what that restaurant was where we went on vacation one time. Don't even ask me, I can't remember. Just search it up on your phone. I'm telling you, if we don't come with some type of balance, not rejecting technology, because technology is here to stay, and there's purpose for that, and it's incredibly effective, but we cannot stop being social with one another. And I think that if we can humanize this, if we can make more people comfortable about talking about this, just like the work we did with substance use disorder. There was a time in the not-so-distant past, and Dick can tell you all the work that we've done with Andre and Project Opioid. In the not-so-distant past, there was a stigma and shame associated with that. Nobody would show up to their events holding pictures and photographs of their loved one until we started getting out there and saying it's okay to have these conversations. It's okay to talk about these things. There's such great work going on, and I think that our school teachers and our guidance counselors and the folks that are in those systems are probably seeing it first. And they're probably met with rejection and denial in some cases for family members and loved ones that are not prepared to absorb the reality that sometimes our kids have struggles. And those struggles are oftentimes things that we don't understand or don't know about. And I think that becoming more educated as a society, paving a path forward, having a gold standard on what we can do is going to be incredibly important for our community, for our family, but most importantly, I think, for our kids. The kids that are being raised in this generation could benefit from our voice and advocacy right now. Any other questions before we go? I know we do have a meeting here, a collaboration, but.
Yeah, you'll be able to find everything about Breaking Through on our website, breakingthrough.org, and on all the social media. And ask AI about it. He's your new friend, I'm sure. In all seriousness, let me just close by saying this. One of the things that's so important about this new initiative, Breaking Through, that I'm so proud to be co-creator, co-founder with many of the people in this room that are going to be having a community discussion in just a few minutes, is that we want to, through this campaign, help bring a wave of new forms of therapy, new remedies. That's so important. We need resources and tools for parents. That's incredibly important. But beyond anything, breaking through is being birthed to bring a wave of compassion for 20-somethings and teens right now, because they are struggling with mental health issues, and they feel like, because we speak to them all the time, that they live in a society that not only sometimes does not offer them help, but many times offers them judgment and offers them spite and disdain because they are struggling. And guys, that is just wrong. Young people are struggling because they have grown up in a world, for those of you that are a little bit older like me and really old like the sheriff, for those of you who grew up in a world, as Jonathan Haidt, the author of The Anxious Generation, as he calls it, the great rewiring that happened when smartphones met social media technology in 2010. We saw a world where young people now, many of them, are living their lives online. They're living their lives on social media platforms. They're living their lives in isolation. And guys, it is breaking their minds, their bodies, their spirits, and their souls. And as parents, we gave them those devices. They didn't give them to themselves. And we have to help give them back their dignity and give them back their mental health. That's what Breaking Through is about. We need all of you in Seminole, Osceola, Orange County to be a part of it. Our goal is to have 78,000 parents commit to make a difference for their kids during the summer. And we know that together we're going to see this community make a difference for everyone in need. And Sheriff, thank you for all you've done. You don't just look good and carry a gun, buddy. You make it happen. And so thank you so much for your work. And let's give the sheriff a round of applause. Thank you, guys.
At the news conference wrapping up, where we heard from Andre Bailey and Sheriff Dennis Lemma speaking ahead of this forum where they are going to discuss more of these issues that they brought up today. The mental health crisis, they say, that has really shown itself, especially in the past few years, when it comes to the acceleration of technology and just additional stressors, additional things that add onto the pressure that many young people are feeling and are dealing with. And some of the anxieties that they feel as well. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've got much more to get to, though, so don't go anywhere. We're waiting to hear from Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen at the bottom of the hour, expected to talk about ICE. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, supposed to speak at around 2 o'clock about some fraud prevention efforts. And we still have much more beyond that as well. So keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. Attorney General James Uthmeier was in Hillsborough County earlier today. He spoke alongside Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister, and they talked about an operation that cracked down on organized retail theft in the Hillsborough County area, but that reached far beyond that. We're talking about Operation Defense, and they say it dismantled a $12 million theft ring that also included fencing operations, hence the name Operation Defense. I want to play for you, as we heard from the Hillsborough County Sheriff and from Attorney General Uthmeier at that news conference earlier today.
Good morning, everyone. And before I get started and we talk about this dismantling of this criminal enterprise, allow me a moment to do some welcomes and express my gratitude. It's always a privilege to have our Attorney General, James Uthmeier, here with us, joining us today in Tampa. General, you continue to ensure that Florida law enforcement has the tools, resources, equipment that we need to do investigations like this. And Florida communities are safer because of you. Thank you for joining us today. And when you speak about a phenomenal resource, the General has the Office of Statewide Prosecutor who has been there since moment one with us and been there every step along the way. Thank you to the partnership of Stephanie Bergen. Stephanie, our detective, sure did admire your work and appreciate everything you've done, from forfeiture, seizure liens, to search warrants, to arrest warrants. You've been phenomenal. Thanks for joining us today. And again, General, thank you for making Stephanie available to help our detectives along the way. Assistant Special Agent in Charge, John Yancey, Homeland Security Investigations. Thank you, sir. And a true partner in all of this, every time we're conducting these retail theft organizations, is retail crime investigator Tim Downs with Home Depot. Tim, thank you. Thank you for your partnership. Again, you'll learn more why this was so critical. When you walked in here today, you probably thought you were walking into a hardware store. But make no mistake, these items represent a criminal enterprise built on theft, fraud, resale, and laundering across multiple jurisdictions. We have an organized theft unit that focuses on thieves stealing from retail organizations and corporations. But throughout my career, I've never seen a theft or a criminal enterprise to this magnitude. So how did we get here today? In November of last year, towards the end of the month, we received a tip of a fencing operation that was operating here in Hillsborough County. What that is a organization, an individual who would buy stolen items and then resell those stolen items at a discounted price. So our detective said, hey, let's take a look at this. We've sent an undercover operative into the organization to see if we could get in by selling a stolen item. Working with our close partner at Home Depot, we had a couple items that still had the spider wrap, that anti-theft wrap. We wanted to make no mistake that the person in charge that we were introduced to in this criminal enterprise knew that this item was stolen. From there, a relationship blossomed with our undercover operative to the point where they would express items that they wanted to purchase. If they had demand for electrical panels, hey, we need electrical panels. At one point, it was a generator. I need a generator. Here's the size. I have a customer looking for this. Go steal this item. Again, teaming up with Home Depot, who would give us that item. We would take it, sell it at a discounted rate. It was even a pre-negotiated rate. If an item costs $1,000, I'll give you $600 for every item, or $500 for every item you sell. They would turn around and sell it. You can look at this video and see that even our undercover operatives, our detectives during this time frame, as they were conducting this operation until May 4th when we served arrest and search warrants, they had no idea that it was going to be this expansive. I think I want to talk about the irony and the name of this individual's company. It was Save on Construction, LLC. It was even a family-run business. His wife, his 2 sons, his nephew were at the nucleus of this criminal enterprise. So as we took a more deeper dive into what was occurring here with stolen items, we know over that time period that we were doing active surveillance and selling them stolen goods, that they were responsible for 33 thefts, not just throughout Florida, but even into states as far away as Kentucky, Tennessee, and even as far north as Indiana. This criminal enterprise would put a demand list out for items that they wanted to purchase, and that, hey, you go steal these items. They would steal these items, Kentucky, in states of like Kentucky, Tennessee, throughout the state of Florida, far north as Indiana, and then bring them back to Tampa, Florida. I alluded to the video that you're watching now that we'll provide to you, but you can see how organized it was, almost set up the convenience like a hardware store, like a Home Depot or a Lowe's, where a lot of these thefts were occurring. The paint section was here. The electrical section was over there. Whatever they had broken up into different sections, again, to make it convenient for their customers when they came for the items, these stolen items that they wanted to purchase. So 33 items during this time period we know that they stole at 33 locations where these thefts occurred during the time we were actively surveilling them, 219 items for approximate value over $56,000. During the same time period, we know they're responsible for the theft at 3 construction sites with a total of over $100,000 of loss at these 3 construction sites. At that time, teaming up with Attorney General Uthmeyer and the statewide prosecutor's office, we began to take a deeper dive. You hear it all the time: if you want to know what someone's doing, follow the money. And that's what we did in this case. We followed the money. In the past year alone, we know that this criminal enterprise is responsible for the sale of over $7 million of stolen goods. That's money that was laundered into their bank accounts, where they had numerous accounts. $30,000 to $40,000 would flow into these accounts and flow right back out of these different accounts. But through the forensic subpoenas and deep dive that we were able to do, we know that they're responsible for at least $7 million of stolen items. Throughout this time period, we also tracked back that it wasn't just the customers who came to these locations, whether it was the storage units we served search warrants or the main house that was almost converted into a hardware store. We know that there were 1,800 sale transactions that occurred online. So think about this enterprise. We now know that they've been operating for at least 3 years, but we believe may up to 5 years. Again, we wanted to announce the results of what we know now, but realize with this going over state lines and to the expanse of this criminal enterprise, that investigators and still have a lot more work to do to find out exactly who's involved and what has occurred here. So we got to a point where it was time to shut it down. Whenever you have a criminal enterprise that's impacting the community like this is, yes, you want to get it to a point where you're trying to get everyone responsible, but at the same point, how long can you allow this to occur? So we finally made a decision on May 4th to serve the search warrants that we were able to obtain. So we served 4 search warrants, and we're able to obtain 14 arrest warrants for individuals, again, responsible for this criminal enterprise. When I talk about criminal enterprise, I want to explain how organized and how each individual had a specific role. You had the suppliers, those that were responsible for stealing the items, the transporters, those who are responsible for transporting the items, and then the whole resale operation of how this occurred. Let's go back to even talk a little further detail how this happened. These individuals would steal these items. They would have a receipt. Sometimes they would get caught and they'd have to stop and go pay for an item. They would take that receipt, they would wait a while, go to another location, the same location, and go back in and return that item, and with that receipt, go steal the same item. They would go to construction sites and steal appliances, electrical panel boxes, expensive items, and then take it back to this fencing operation. So the day that we served the search warrant, the magnitude of the items that we recovered, were still inventorying these items. This is just a fraction of what was recovered. But during the inventory, they tell me that at least 30 cars stopped by this house in Lutz that was converted to a hardware store, that 30 cars stopped. 30 customers came trying to buy these items. When you talk about this theft and you talk about the amount of evidence, we've already talked about the $7 million that we know. Now think about this, $7 million that was laundered from the proceeds and sale of these stolen items, that was at a discounted rate. I don't know and shudder to know what the true retail value of that was. We know that the items that we recovered, as we're still going through it, but what I can confidently say now is we have recovered at least another $5 million in stolen items. So over the past year, we know they're responsible for at least $12 million in theft, and that's being extremely conservative. Again, during this day, and again, I keep going back to express my gratitude to the statewide prosecutor's office, who've been with us every step of the way. We served 14 arrest warrants throughout multiple jurisdictions. We ended up serving 4 search warrants. We were able to recover $5 million worth of items. We also seized 7 vehicles that were used to benefit this criminal enterprise. And at the same time, we're able to serve a RICO forfeiture place of forfeiture lien on the main house that was used as a hardware store. When you talk about retail theft, a lot of people are like, what's the big deal? It's a victimless crime. Corporations like Home Depot, Lowe's, they can afford it. They make lots of money. That's not the case. These are for-profit businesses. These aren't charitable organizations. So I want you to think about this. When thieves like this operate in a community, we're all victims, because that theft has to be passed on to the consumers. So every single one of us pay more at the register because of thieves like this who continue to try to operate throughout our country and here in Tampa, Florida. Fortunately today, I get to stand here because of the great work by the detectives and announce the conclusion of an operation to this point because of their hard work, that these thieves will no longer operate here, that we will stop paying more at the register because of our organized retail theft unit. Since the inception of the organized retail theft unit in 2023, retail theft in Hillsborough County has decreased 14%. That's because of the hard work, the dedication, and sacrifice of every detective assigned to that unit. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to turn the microphone and podium over to Florida's Attorney General, James Uthmeyer. General.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. Well, good morning. It's great to be here in Hillsborough County. I think the sheriff summed up this massive theft enterprise pretty well. You've got millions in stolen goods, impacting multiple states, multiple counties, crossing over circuit and jurisdictional lines. And, we relaunched, 6-7 months ago, our retail theft task force to combat this, this effort that criminals pursue to take goods into other circuits, sell them elsewhere, and try to take advantage of jurisdictional boundaries and red tape. Well, through our statewide prosecution office and our task force, working with our great retail partners, we've been able to bust through these boundaries and ensure that we have jurisdiction through our partnerships to take this case and its investigation across county and circuit lines, across jurisdictional boundaries, and ensure that we are pulling in the totality of the investigation. And this is the result of that. I cannot say enough about how seamless and great the working relationship was with the sheriff's office here. I want to thank all the law enforcement officers that were part of this. Stephanie here, who was the lead prosecutor, said, the detective work here was some of the best she's ever seen. So thank you for your work. The conclusion of this operation is a great victory for justice. It's a great victory for our retail partners, and it's a great victory for Florida citizens and consumers. As the sheriff said it well, you save in your wallets. As people at home are struggling to pay for gas and put food on the table, this is an incredible result to continue to keep costs as low as we can. When you have large theft operations like this, security costs go up, insurance goes up, the cost of goods goes up. So we're going to continue to send a message here in Florida. If you engage in this type of behavior, we're going to take you down and you're going to go away for a very long time. Today, the charges involved in this case will include RICO, conspiracy to commit RICO, money laundering, dealing in stolen property, grand theft, trespass on a construction site, and organized retail theft. Here in Florida, we continue to throw the book at offenders. We continue to prosecute to the fullest with the highest charges we can bring, again, to send a message. If you're a criminal, do not come to Florida. Don't engage in the behavior to begin with, but you are an idiot if you want to come to Florida and break the law. Because we have the best law enforcement in the country. We have their backs. They know that. We give them the tools to be successful, and we let them do their jobs, and they do it well. So we will continue to prosecute to the fullest. I want to thank the detectives again, our retail partners, Stephanie for her outstanding work, and Sheriff, it's an honor to work alongside you. I look forward to many more big busts. If they're out there, hopefully people will change their behavior. But if not, we will be ready. All right, thank you all. God bless.
At this time, me and the Attorney General will be open for any questions.
I have a question for you. So you mentioned 14 people were arrested. The investigation obviously is still kind of ongoing if you're still looking into the price tag here. Do you expect any more arrests, or do you just expect to look into the dollar sign here?
A little bit of both. It's too hard to speculate now, as now we look over state lines. There's still a lot to do here, a lot of forensic evidence to still look at. I believe there'll be at least, at minimum, additional charges, additional counts, maybe even involve even more individuals that our tentacles didn't reach during this operation.
And is there any punishment for the people who were shopping at this store, or were they unaware that it was criminal activity?
That's always a great question. I think that they're equally as guilty. I don't know if we'll have charges for them, but they know it's unethical. If something costs $1,000 and you're paying $200, we all say this: if it's too good to be a great deal, it's because it's not true. Like it's too good to be true. It's because it is too good to be true. It means that it's a stolen item, and these individuals, our community members, should know better. And I'll give you an example. We were talking to a contractor who was upset that he didn't get a job. And when he gave the bid, he had $10,000 in material. That's what it cost him, just in material. Meanwhile, they had a contractor who had been buying these stolen items, and he bid $4,000 for the entire job because he's paying a fraction of the price for the stolen goods. That's never healthy. Yes, out of the 14 individuals that were arrested, we know 4 were here unlawfully. Again, working with Homeland Security investigations. Once their local charges are done, they'll be turned over to them. But there are ICE detainers on 4 individuals.
Sheriff, what's your message to the community? Is there anything that we can do to help combat this issue?
Yeah, I think this is no different than if you talk about human trafficking. You have to reduce the demand. This is no different. It was brought up just a minute ago. If a deal's too good to be true, it's because it is. Stop engaging in it. If there's not a secondary market for stolen goods, we'll have thieves that will stop stealing goods because there's not a market, there's not a pathway to profitability. So I think all of us have a fiduciary responsibility of making sure we're doing the right thing. This was a criminal enterprise that was so sophisticated that as inflation went up, they raised their prices a little bit. As demand went up, they raised their prices a little bit. Again, only all of us in the community can say we're not going to help these organizations be successful because we're not going to purchase stolen items. You have to know when it's too good to be true, it's because it is. Again, reduce the demand. If there's not a secondary market, people will stop stealing items. Yeah, a lot of electrical. We saw that there was a lot of profitability in electric, from electric panels to electric wiring. That's quite expensive. So a lot of it focused on electrical work. When they would go steal appliances at construction sites, we know how expensive they are. From paint, if you look at some of the video, there were gallons and gallons and gallons, buckets of 5-gallon paint from every different color. And the good thing is the way it's tracked is there's always a home address or a job address or a job number. That's how we're going back now. When I talk about this secondary part of the investigation, we have hundreds of gallons of paint with a job description. Now we'll have to go back and look at the job and see if, hey, is there another victim? There's a construction site. Are you willing to help us prosecute? So when we talk about additional charges, that's how they'll be derived from. We can find additional thefts to hold these people accountable and responsible for.
Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister, joined by the Attorney General at a news conference earlier today in Tampa. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let me get you right now I want to let you know, first of all, before we go there, we are standing by for a news conference where we're also going to hear some remarks. I shouldn't say it's a news conference. I believe it's just some remarks from Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, who's going to be speaking at ICE headquarters and recognizing more than 20,000 ICE officers. It is Police Week, and so the Secretary of Homeland Security going to be speaking to those ICE officers and addressing them here shortly. We'll get you to that in just a minute. We are also getting ready for a news conference at 2 o'clock where we will hear from the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, who's going to be speaking and answering questions about the anti-fraud task force that has been a focus of the administration, and also J.D. Vance talking about the efforts to combat that. So we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. Let me get you, though, live right now to ICE headquarters. This is the event where we expect to hear any minute now from Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullen. There has been a processional with the bagpipes being played. We heard the national anthem as well, so a little bit of a ceremony to this. Let's go ahead and listen in live as this gets underway at ICE headquarters.
Let us now bow our heads in prayer. Eternal God, source of strength and comfort, we gather here today with heavy hearts to honor the memory of those brave men and women of Immigration and Customs Enforcement who gave their lives in a line of duty. We remember their courage, their sacrifice, and their unwavering commitment to protecting our nation and upholding our laws. In the sacred moment, we ask for your presence among us. Grant peace to the families and friends and colleagues who still continue to grieve. May they feel the comfort of your embrace and the assurance of their loved ones did not serve in vain. Help us to remember that freedom comes at a price, and those we honor today paid that price with honor and valor. May their legacy inspire us to live with purpose, integrity, and compassion. We make this prayer today, as always, as loyal and faithful servants called upon to do your will. In his name we pray, amen.
Please be seated. I'd like to thank Dina, the ICE Honor Guard, and Monsignor Criscuolo for delivering the invocation. I'm pleased to welcome the Honorable Markwayne Mullen, Secretary of Homeland Security, James Percival, General Counsel for the Department of Homeland Security, Mr. Tay Johnson, Mr. Matthew Albence, Mr. Daniel Ragsdale, Mr. John Morton, Mr. John Torres, and Ms. Julie Myers-Wood. I'd also like to acknowledge the executives and members of ICE's leadership team who are here with us today. Mr. Todd Lyons, Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Mr. Charles Wall, Deputy Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Anthony Salisbury, White House Deputy Homeland Security Advisor to the President and Executive Associate Director of Homeland Security Investigations, Mr. Marcos Charles, Acting Executive Associate Director of Enforcement and Removal Operations, Mr. John Condon, Acting Executive Associate Director of Homeland Security Investigations, Ms. Susan Dunbar, Executive Associate Director of Management and Administration, Ms. Jennifer Fenton, Associate Director of the Office of Professional Responsibility, Ms. Beth Bowden, Acting Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Robin Kilgore, Mr. Kalen Wagers, Mr. David Venturella, Ms. Megan Echtenkamp, and Mr. John Cooper. At this time, it's my honor to present ICE's Acting Director, Mr. Todd Lyons. Take a seat.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being part of this solemn remembrance ceremony. We reflect on the shared burden carried across generations of customs officers, INS inspectors, and ICE personnel. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize our former ICE officials, Mr. Tay Johnson, Dan Ragsdale, Matt Albans, Ms. Julie Myers-Wood, John Torres. And sir, most importantly, thank you to Secretary Mullen for coming here today. We really do appreciate it. Also, I'd like to thank our attorney, Jimmy Percival, for being here as well. This is a very special time for all of us, and we're very happy that you're all here. To the men and women wearing the badge today, to our retirees, survivors, honored guests, thank you for joining us. We pause to remember those who gave their lives in service to this great nation. Police Week is sacred. not because of ceremony, but because behind every name we honor was a human being, a son, a daughter, a husband, a wife, a mother, a father, a partner, and a friend. Someone who kissed their family goodbye one last time without knowing it would be the last time. Today we remember officers and agents from ICE, from former Immigration and Naturalization Services, and from the former U.S. Customs Service. These are generations of law enforcement professionals who stood watch over this nation, accepted the risks most Americans will never fully understand. They didn't ask for recognition or reward. They served because it was the right thing to do, and because they believed in the country was worth it. They know people mattered besides them. They understood that sometimes service demands sacrifice, and now we feel their loss every day. So do the families through the empty chairs at dinner, milestones, and children who grew up hearing the stories of their parents, but not from their voices. That is the true cost of this profession. Those of us who've watched have not yet ended, but we can never forget our most solemn obligation. We must remember. The men and women of ICE and those who came before, wearing different badges, have always known that this job isn't easy. Yet officers and agents that I'm talking about, the men and women behind those badges, all felt the same pull to serve, the same calling, the same sense of duty, and that they were part of our law enforcement family. Our family isn't formed by DNA. It is forged through loyalty, service, and the willingness to stand beside one another and carry each other when it matters the most. That is most especially true in an organization like ours. And as I look out today in the room, I see resilience. I see people who deal with some of the most stressful situations imaginable with grace and professionalism. I see determination, commitment, and hope. I see people who have had to say goodbye too soon to colleagues, partners, and friends, and somehow still found the strength to put the badge on the next morning. That takes extraordinary courage. Not the kind of courage you see in movies, but real courage. The kind that hurts, the kind that asks something from you every single day. Today is not about one officer or an agent, but about all of them, about all of us. It's about those we lost and our promise that we will never forget. We will speak their names, remember their service, care for their families and friends that were left behind, and live in a way that proves their sacrifice mattered. For us, remembrance is not passive. It's a commitment to ensuring that our fallen officers and agents will not disappear into history, and that future generations know what they gave, and that as long as this agency exists, they'll remain a part of it. So today, we honor them, we mourn them, and we thank them. With that, I'd like to invite up Deputy Director Charlie Wall.
Thank you, Director Lyons. Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here with us today. We are here for a shared purpose, to honor the memory of the brave men and women of ICE and its legacy agencies who gave their lives in service to this country. Public service, especially in an organization like ours, is never easy. It asks a great deal from the people who choose it. And yet, generation after generation, courageous men and women continue stepping forward because they believe in protecting this country and serving others. Today is about sacrifice. Today is about duty. For those of us connected to law enforcement, this week carries a weight that is difficult to put into words. Moments like this force us to pause and reflect on the true cost of public service. This isn't abstract. We're talking about the lives of real people who choose to serve something greater than themselves. The men and women we honor today came from different backgrounds, different offices, and different generations, but they shared the same commitment, a commitment to protecting this country and keeping its people safe. They understood that service demands sacrifice, time away from loved ones, missed milestones, long days that turn into even longer nights. And in these cases, they made the ultimate sacrifice. Today, we remember not only how their watches ended, but how they lived with courage, integrity, and devotion. We also recognize the family, friends, and colleagues who carry their loss forward every day. And while no ceremony or memorial can erase the pain of that loss, we're here to ensure that the men and women we honor today are never reduced to merely names etched into the wall outside those doors. They were people. They were colleagues, friends, and family. And their service and sacrifice matter. Let us remember that this nation's strength has always depended on the men and women willing to serve something greater than themselves. The fallen officers and agents we honor today accepted that responsibility with courage, humility, and an unwavering sense of duty. They gave this country their time, their energy, their dedication, and ultimately their lives. We must never forget their sacrifice, and we must honor these men and women through the way that we serve, the way we lead, and the way we look out for one another. May we never take their sacrifice for granted, and may we always remain worthy of it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my distinct honor and privilege to introduce the Honorable Secretary of Homeland Security, Mr. Mark Wayne Mullen.
Is there a way to turn the teleprompter off? Guys, first of all, thank you for this opportunity. Using the word honorable in front of my name makes most people laugh that actually know me, especially my family. You know, we're here to celebrate, you know, the ultimate. Thank you. We're here to celebrate the ultimate sacrifice that law enforcement agents have paid on our behalf, right? And it's always tough to speak at these because it's a memorial service in some degree, but it's actually a celebration of life. Because I've said this a lot, and I'm going to continue to say it, that there is no better example of love than when someone actually lays down their life for you. And there isn't a single law enforcement male or female agent or officer out there that isn't willing to pay the ultimate sacrifice for people they don't even know. And this is a prime example of that. And there isn't one single law enforcement agent or officer out there that doesn't have family that loves them. And their family loves them as much as my family loves myself, and every agent out there has people that are praying for them every time they walk out of the house, and they want them to come home, but they also know that the duty that they swore to do was to make sure that everybody else gets home first. And that's wonderful. I mean, if you think about that, it's wonderful because they're willing to pay the extra sacrifice for us to be safe. And yet, for some reason, ICE has been demonized. And I walked in as Secretary of DHS, but also walked into an agency that 18 months ago, most American people didn't even know about. And all they knew that you guys might exist, but they really didn't know because you wasn't on the TV all the time. And I know morale has taken an absolute tank. And I hate it because our attitude reflects everyday sacrifice that we get to truly show the American people because we have the greatest gift in the world. We get to protect the homeland. As a whole, we get to protect the homeland. And we all know that we've decided to sign up for something that we're willing to truly pay the ultimate sacrifice for because we truly love our job. I love what I get to do. I love the opportunity that I get to represent such an awesome agency that is tasked to take care of literally the worst of the worst. I love that. I get this opportunity. I hate that I'm not going to be able to work with Todd. I give him a hard time because he's a short-timer. He's leaving us. But I would love the opportunity to work with you. And I look forward to working with everybody here, too. I wake up every single morning and I say, love the people, love the call. I pray for your families. I pray for you. And the biggest thing that I want to change is to bring pride back in your step every day. When you get up and you put on that badge, or you get up and you come to work in these offices, that you feel like you're making a difference because you are. You are. I promise you, you're making a difference. Every day you get up and you take somebody off the streets that shouldn't be there, you're making a difference. Every day I get up, I'm still smiling. But I'm also choosing the attitude I have when I start. I get what the media says. I could give a rip about that. I get what they say about on social media. I don't read it. I just assume everybody loves me. My wife goes, "Oh, bless your heart." But I don't care, because what I get to do, because I chose to do it, and what you get to do because you chose to do it, is make a difference. And we get to decide how we're going to address that every day, how we're going to face that pressure that's coming in. If we want to listen to all the noise that's coming from the outside to try to distract us from doing our job, it can affect you. And I don't walk away from the fact that I stand here as a Christian in front of you. I do want to admit that I'm a very flawed Christian. I'm not perfect. But my life changed when I got saved when I was 20 years old. Until then, my dad said I was more likely to go to prison than I was to be successful. Truth is, I probably was going down that path. I watched this little movie called American History X that really changed my life, and I thought I'm never going to prison after that one. But I wasn't walking down the path that I should have been walking down until I realized there was something higher, there was something bigger than myself. And it's when I dedicated my life to the Lord, but yet I still stand in front of you as a very imperfect person, but also believe in the Word too. And if you believe in the Word, then you'll believe in Philippians 4:13 is what everybody always quotes, and it says, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." And I bet you there's somebody in this room that's got that tattooed on you. And I guarantee you, if you go to most of your officers, there's going to be somebody in the briefing room that's got that tattooed on them. And it's like a rally cry, right? I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. But if you actually get into Philippians 4, it's Paul talking about choosing an attitude. He has chose to have a good attitude no matter what he's going through. He's chose to decide, even if I'm locked up, because I know what it's like to be locked up and be beaten, I can still choose to know that I'm on the right path where the Lord wants me to go. He says, I know what it's like to be free. I know what it's like to be hungry. I know what it's like to want. I know what it's like to be thirsty. And I know what it's like to have plenty to drink. So that I've dealt with every situation, and I've come to the conclusion that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And if any agency needs to hear that, it's ICE. No matter what the media wants to say, I know you're doing your job every day. And I want you to know I am proud to be part of it. I take it with tremendous pride, and I'm willing to stand beside you and stand in front of you and defend you every single day. And I mean this sincerely when I say this. I love you guys. I love your families. And I'm still going to get up every single morning and I'm going to pray for you. And how I keep my attitude straight is I say this over and over again. I remind myself, love the people, love the call. You have to love your call or you wouldn't be here. And you do have a love for the people because you're getting the worst of the worst off the streets and you're protecting those that just want to go out and walk their streets and be safe. And you're giving them that opportunity one street at a time. May God bless you. May God bless the United States of America.
Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullen speaking to a group of officials and other ICE officers as well, addressing them and recognizing those who died in the line of duty as well, talking about the importance of their mission. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to let you know where things stand right now as we approach 2 o'clock, where we will welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. So we were listening just a few minutes ago to Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, who was speaking and honoring ICE officers on Police Week. Let me give you a live look of right now at the Eisenhower Executive Office building, the Indian Treaty Room, where Vice President J.D. Vance is expected and scheduled to hold a news conference in just a few minutes on anti-fraud initiatives within the Trump administration. We know that the Vice President is going to be joined by Andrew Ferguson, who is the Vice Chair of the Anti-Fraud Task Force within the Trump administration. He's also the Chairman of the Federal Trade Commission. Dr. Oz, the Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and then the Deputy CMS Administrator, Kim Brandt, they are going to be there as well. This comes amid a crackdown on fraud, specifically when it comes to funding and eligibility and things like that, payments within CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and what they are trying to combat fraudulent operations and payments. We're seeing reporting from multiple outlets that the expectation is for the Vice President to announce essentially an ultimatum that could threaten to withhold federal reimbursement of Medicaid expenses if they don't comply with anti-fraud safeguards. I'm citing reporting right now from the Wall Street Journal, from the New York Post, others now citing their initial reporting about this as part of a nationwide audit of fraud control units at the state level, looking at Medicaid specifically, which is a medical insurance program for low-income folks across the country. And so we expect more on that coming up in just a couple of minutes. We will listen in to the Vice President's news conference when that begins. We're also going to check on a couple of other local headlines and some other stories here in Florida. So we hope you keep it right here on Fox Local YouTube, and Facebook. We're going to step aside, take another quick break, and then when we come back, we'll welcome in our TV audience and go from there on Florida Live. So keep it right here on Fox Local.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. Appreciate you joining us today. A little bit of a calmer weather day here in Central Florida than it was at this point yesterday. We appreciate you joining us. We will check in for our Florida Live forecast coming up in just a little bit because we are tracking the chance for some more showers and storms out there today. So we will check on that coming up in a little bit later this hour. I want to let you know some of the other things that you can expect here on Florida Live today as we welcome you in. We are taking a look at the situation in Venezuela and what it would take, what it would look like if Venezuela were to become the 51st state. That is something that President Trump has talked about. We're going to talk about that with an expert coming up in just a little bit. We are also waiting to hear from Vice President J.D. Vance, who is expected to hold a news conference coming up in just a little bit in Washington, D.C., where he is expected to talk about the anti-fraud efforts within the Trump administration. I'll give you a live look right now in the Eisenhower Executive Office building, where that news conference is set to begin any minute now. Again, we will bring those remarks to you when they do begin. We are also following up today and learning more about the rescue of 11 people from a plane crash that went down off the coast of Melbourne. Learning some new information today from those rescue crews. And I want to bring in now Fox 35's Esther Bauer, who joins us live now via Zoom. Esther, I know you had the chance to speak with that rescue crew earlier. Just talk to us about what we've been learning about that operation and what we know about that crash.
Oh my goodness, Garrett. Well, this was just an overall miraculous situation. That's what one of the pilots told us, because you think about it, you have a plane crashing into the ocean with 11 souls on board. And as we're being told, all 11 were saved and are at local hospitals as we speak. What's really striking is these crews from the Coast Guard and the local Space Force station here on the Space Coast, they were training. They were literally doing a training run when they got the call of, I think that there's a plane that has just crashed off the coast of Melbourne. So immediately the Coast Guard went out, and all they had was this beacon that had gone off. And when there's any kind of plane crash in the water, on the land, the plane will send out this emergency alert. So all these rescuers had was a general location of where this plane went down at. So they raced to get to the scene, and we're told these people were actually in the water for about 5 hours before they were able to get eyes on them, then eventually get other rescuers out there to lower down buckets to then bring all 11 of these passengers up to shore. Now, we're hearing from some of the people working this case is that the plane had some engine failure. So that's what caused it to go into the ocean. But these rescuers, who are pilots themselves, are really crediting the pilot because they were able to land in a way going into the ocean where everyone on board survived. Then everyone was able to get out, and they were able to huddle together for about 5 hours in the open ocean until they were saved. And we're told, obviously, they had no phones. They didn't even have radio. So for this crew, for the victims, they had no idea anyone was even coming to save them. So we're told when the people were brought down into those buckets, these victims were absolutely, so thankful to see them. But the emotions that they were showing were just pure relief because they thought they were out there in the ocean for God knows how long, and if they would even be found. So an overall amazing story. What's also so cool is they were dodging thunderstorms. Garrett, we saw those rain showers move in, and so a lot of their biggest fear for the rescuers was, we got to get these people before storms move in because we can't fly. Another thing they were dealing with was having enough fuel to make the mission possible. We're told they were within 5 minutes, this rescue chopper was, before they were going to run out of fuel. So we asked them about that, what would have happened then? And get this, they can refuel in the air. So they were navigating all of these things of, hey, we have 11 souls right now in a plane crash in the ocean. We need to get them all to safety. And a lot of the video you're looking at right now, this is actually where they brought them. So the airport tarmac here in Melbourne was the best spot to bring them in. And then all of these victims were taken to local hospitals here on the Space Coast. But truly an incredible story. And everyone on board is so thankful to be alive. And these rescuers are so thankful they were able to bring everyone back alive, and we're told doing mostly well.
That is fantastic, Esther. It sounded like there were so many different factors, so many things that really could have gone wrong, and that could have, ended up with this, with being a much different story at this point. But it sounds like everything went right, and like you said, those victims, for the most part, doing okay.
Yes, for the most part, doing okay. I think that just the fear of really being shaken up, anyone, I can imagine, surviving any kind of plane crash and then being, in the ocean stranded. So the rescuers told us when they were lowering themselves down, just the trauma from the mental, from that standpoint, they were struggling. Dehydration was setting in at that point too, because they'd been out there floating for about 5 hours. And then just the fear of if they were to be found. They did not go into specific details on how badly any of these victims were hurt. We do know they were all taken to the hospital, but we're just not clear how badly they were hurt, but all survived, and all were able to be transported from this crazy plane crash in the ocean to safe on land.
And this was a plane that was, what do we know about the plane? It was traveling between islands in the Bahamas?
Yes, traveling between islands in the Bahamas. And we just received some new information that some of the engines could have failed. And that might have been what caused this plane to go down. The FAA is leading this, trying to figure out what exactly happened. Why did we have a plane go into the water? But the engine failure is the newest piece of details that was released and something that we know officials will be digging into. Now, the bad part is it might be hard to get the plane back. These rescuers told us when they arrived on scene, all there was everyone in a raft, but any kind of wreckage from that plane was already gone. So it's unclear at this point if anyone is going to go in and try to get the plane up from the bottom. But I'm sure that people will want to know what went wrong. Why did this happen?
All right. Fox 35's Esther Bauer, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon, giving us an update on this absolutely incredible rescue. Thank you so much for getting us up to speed here.
Sounds great.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you to this news conference where we're hearing from Vice President J.D. Vance. Began speaking a few minutes ago about a new crackdown from the White House on fraud, specifically when it comes to Medicaid payments. The vice president just announced while we were in commercial break that the federal government is deferring $1.3 million in Medicaid payments to the state of California because he says California is not taking fraud seriously enough. We expect there to be a couple of other announcements in this news conference as well. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
This is a tool. This is a tool that we want the states to use, but unfortunately, a lot of states aren't using these tools at all. Let me highlight this with just a couple of separate statistics. So, the Hawaii Medicaid the Hawaii Medicaid program has received billions and billions of dollars from the federal taxpayers. And of course, Hawaii taxpayers have paid in a lot of money into this program over the last years as well. Guess how many convictions or indictments has Hawaii had over the last few years in its Medicaid fraud program? The answer is 0. Not a single indictment, not a single conviction, because the administrators of the Hawaii program just don't take it seriously. They don't think that fraud is a big enough problem. They don't care about protecting resources, and they don't care about protecting that Medicaid program. So what does that mean? That means that if you're committing fraud in Medicaid in Hawaii, at least up until now, hopefully now they're going to take it seriously, you have had effectively free reign from the government of Hawaii to commit as much fraud as you want. That is a complete disgrace. In New York, which does a little bit better, but not by much, New York has had 9 indictments over the last year. 9 indictments. That's a $100 billion Medicaid program just in New York, and you've had 9 indictments. Indiana, which has about a third of the population of the state of New York, has had more than 4 times as many indictments over the same period. So does anybody here seriously think that the good people of Indiana are 12 times more likely to commit fraud than the people of New York? No, of course not. That's absurd. What is happening is that the leadership in New York are just not taking the fraud issue seriously. They're not using these anti-fraud control units to actually investigate and indict the fraud. So what are we going to do to fix that? Today, we are sending across 50 Medicaid programs. We are sending letters that will require them to show that they are effectively and aggressively prosecuting Medicaid fraud in their states. And if they do not aggressively prosecute Medicaid fraud, we are going to turn off the money that goes to these anti-fraud units. And I want to say a couple things about this. You may think, obviously, this is a Republican administration. We're all proud Republicans up here. You may think that this is purely a red state or blue state issue. That's actually not true. We see Medicaid fraud issues in Ohio, the state that I used to represent in the United States Senate. We also see Medicaid fraud issues in a state like Maryland, which is obviously a very blue state. But both Ohio and Maryland have worked with us to take this issue seriously. They've worked with the guys behind me. They've worked with our entire team to make sure that they take fraud seriously. Again, this does not have to be a red state or a blue state issue. This is just basic good government. However, states like California, states like Hawaii, states like New York have completely not taken the fraud issue seriously in the Medicaid program. And so for those states that refuse to get serious about fraud, we are going to turn off that anti-fraud money. And if we continue to find problems, we can turn off other resources within their state Medicaid programs as well. Our goal here is not to do that. We don't want to turn off any money. What we want to do is ensure that people are taking fraud seriously. We want to protect Medicaid. We want to protect Medicare. But we can't do that if the states that are administering those programs are allowing those programs to be fleeced by fraudsters. So we encourage, whether it's California or New York or Maryland or Ohio, we encourage people to work with us. We want to help you use technology and other tools to get rid of the fraud, to get to the root of the fraud. We want to help you. But we can only help these state programs if those state programs are willing to help themselves. So these letters are the first step, the first effort to try to force these states to get serious about prosecuting fraud, and that's exactly what we're doing. Let me just talk about one final issue here. We see a lot of fraud in the home health care and in the hospice care system. I think Dr. Oz will probably talk a little bit more about that. But again, you have to appreciate that this fraud issue is fundamentally theft from the taxpayer, but also theft from people who need these programs. Just last month, a California psychotherapist, a woman who had spent 40 years treating patients, helping people deal with problems, found out that her Medicare program had been turned off, that she did not have access to the resources that she had been paying into for her entire life. Why? Because a fraudster had stolen her identity and signed her up for health care services that she didn't need, and so she had been turned off of the health care services that she did need. This happens way too much in the United States of America, and it happens because until recently, we did not have a government or an administration that actually took the fraud program and took anti-fraud prevention seriously. So let me just close with one final observation here. First of all, why are we doing this now? Why weren't we doing this 2 years ago? And the simple answer is because we didn't have a president and we didn't have an administration who took fraud seriously. So I want to thank the President of the United States. Though I know he's busy in China, all of these efforts, all of these things that we're finding are because we have a president who has told us, take the fraud issue seriously, get to the root of it, and turn off the money when we find out that money is going to fraudsters. So that's exactly what we're doing. But I just want to say that for me, and I think for a lot of people who are involved in this effort, this is very personal. Because I'm not just the Vice President of the United States. I come from a family, and I grew up in a family where we sometimes benefited from these programs. The generosity of the American people is one of the most amazing things about our country. I think all of us, of course, just passed tax day. None of us like paying our taxes, but we do it. And why do we do it? Because we know that it goes to give a bite to a low-income family that can't afford food. We know that it goes to pay the military who keep us safe. We know that it goes to some essential services. But that trust in our government, that trust in our institution, it depends on us taking that trust seriously. How long are people going to pay into programs if they know that that money doesn't go to a low-income kid who needs health care, but that money goes into a fraudster getting rich? This doesn't work, and this doesn't make sense unless we take fraud seriously. So I'm proud to be part of an effort in our government. I'm proud to lead the effort in our government to finally take fraud seriously. We want to protect these programs for the kids and the families who need them. We want to ensure that the American taxpayer isn't getting fleeced. And I'd say just a few months into it, gentlemen, we have done a very, very good job. Let's keep it up. So let me turn it over now to Andrew Ferguson, who's the Executive Director of our Anti-Fraud Task Force. Andrew has done an amazing job, but I have to give a special shout out, not just because she's my fellow Ohioan, to Kim, who has probably found more fraud and has saved the American taxpayer more money than any single official within the government over the last 3 months. Kim, you have been an all-star. We're proud to have you on the team. Thank you, guys.
Well, I couldn't have put it better than the Vice President did. The only reason that what happened today happened is because President Donald Trump took this issue seriously that has plagued this country for decades and is committed to an all-of-government approach. And so to him is to who the credit goes. But the Vice President deserves tremendous credit here. It's hard to get the whole machinery of government moving. You need someone with the Vice President's abilities, with his gravitas, and with his determination to drive at these issues. That's the other reason we're here today. And while I'm at it, I want to thank Dr. Oz and Kim Brandt. A lot of the fraud problems are at HHS, and these two have committed countless hours, night and day, their staffs, their resources, to getting at these problems and fixing it. And where the states are unwilling to do their jobs and fix these problems, Dr. Oz and Kim have stepped up to take care of it. He's not up here today, but I want to thank March Bell as well. He's the Inspector General of HHS. A lot of the work we're going to have to do to get the states back in line and stopping fraud is going to go through March's office. You'll see his signature on the letter that went to the state Medicaid control units today. There's going to be a lot of work happening in the IG's office, and we're really pleased to partner with him. It's a shame we have to be up here at all, and with all due respect to the press, with this room full of reporters. It should not have taken a brave kid with a cell phone camera to point the American people at this issue. This is the result of decades of corruption, particularly in blue states like Hawaii, like the Vice President was just explaining, California, Minnesota, and New York, that have taken tens of billions of dollars to pay lawyers to go after Medicaid fraud that just simply have not done it at all. That's the whole point of these programs. If we have these cooperative federalism programs, we love federalism, we want to partner with states, we love subsidiarity, but if the states are going to participate in this, they have to protect their own citizens when they get access to these dollars. And not only are these dollars supposed to go to fight Medicaid fraud, I want to shine a light on the real human dimension of the complete negligence and malfeasance of some of these states here. One of the things they are obliged by law to do is stop elder abuse. That is one of the express commands that Medicaid fraud control units are given, is you are supposed to police Medicaid abuse and elder abuse in the Medicare system, too, where so many of America's elderly citizens receive care. And so when the states just take this money and turn it into a jobs program for blue state lawyers, they are effectively participating in the elder abuse in those states, because the American people turned over their money to these state programs to protect their parents and their grandparents from elder abuse. And if you aren't doing it, you are effectively participating in that process. The vice president highlighted this problem that we have in Medicaid, which is if a fraudster takes your identity, signs you up for benefits, when you go to try to get the actual benefits you need, you can be denied them.
This news conference continuing in Washington, D.C. We're hearing more from this anti-fraud task force talking about a crackdown on Medicaid fraud. You heard some of the steps that they outlined today, including deferring more than $1 billion in Medicaid payments to California, sending letters to states and their fraud prevention units to make sure they are prosecuting Medicaid fraud seriously in their states. This is continuing, this news conference. We are going to step aside from it. We are going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back with more after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. President Trump told a Fox News reporter earlier this week that he is, quote, seriously considering making Venezuela the 51st state of the union. Now, the acting president in Venezuela defended the country's territory and rejected those remarks from President Trump. But it got us thinking about what that process might look like, what the implications of that would be, what the fallout of it would be as well for other countries and other territories that have there have been discussions about statehood as well. And so we wanted to bring in an expert here to provide us a little bit of analysis and a little bit of context for us here today. So we're pleased to be joined by UCF history professor Dr. Luis Martinez Fernandez, joining us live now via Zoom. Doctor, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
So first, I just want to get your initial thoughts. And when we heard this, these remarks, this statement from President Trump about making Venezuela the 51st state, as far as what that might mean, what that might look like.
Well, the process for statehood is very complicated. The first case was the state of Vermont back in 1791, and it requires several steps. first of all, to gain control over the territory through expansion. Secondly, to turn it officially into a territory of the United States. And then after that, it would be Congress that would vote a new state into the Union. Of course, it has happened many times, and it has been very controversial. The last time it happened was in 1959.
And so in the case of Venezuela, with the acting leader there kind of rejecting that, that would certainly be an obstacle in this case.
Definitely, because in the past cases, I mean, we can look at Puerto Rico, for example, where a sizable chunk of the voters would like Puerto Rico to become a state of the United States. But in the case of Venezuela, we would be talking about an imposition which would be unacceptable for everybody. And I would say that it doesn't strike me as a serious proposition at all.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Puerto Rico because we know Puerto Rico, the District of Columbia, there have been a lot of conversations about them potentially gaining statehood over the years, and nothing has happened. And so I'm curious what maybe the difference is in those situations, why nothing has been done, or what obstacles kind of stand in the way when you're talking about DC and Puerto Rico.
Well, nothing has happened because a move in that direction would have enormous consequences, beginning with a balance of power in Congress. Remember, back in the 1800s, states would join the Union in pairs, one pro-slavery, the other anti-slavery, and that sort of maintained the balance of power until around the 1820s. In the case of Alaska and Hawaii, both joined in 1959, Hawaii as a Democratic state, Alaska as a Republican. But it would alter everything. And that's why in a Congress where it's so hard to get people to agree on anything, a move in that direction is virtually impossible, not to mention the fact that the people of Puerto Rico have not overwhelmingly desired an union as a state. In the case of D.C., around 90% of the population would like D.C. to become a state. But if both become states, it would be two democratic states, and of course, Republicans would not want that to happen. But the story about Venezuela is not serious at all. That would be even more complicated.
And so what you're saying is just kind of overall, would it be unlikely to have, regardless of who it might be, would it be unlikely then to have a 51st state without essentially having a counterbalancing 52nd state?
That's the way I see it. That's the way it has been historically. And then there's the issue. Remember when Texas became a state, first it was a territory, and there were talks about numerous states being carved out. That's another way of creating a state. Technically, a state like California could be divided into two states, and that would be 4 senators and whatever number of representatives. I don't see that happening. I think it's a waste of time to talk about that. It will not happen. And first of all, the factors are not there. The people of Venezuela don't want that.
When we talk about this and all the different factors that go into this, it is not an easy process, very clearly. There is so much that has to kind of go into this, not just the process itself, but like you said, the considerations as well that kind of lead up to that. Do you ever see the United States going beyond the 50 states we have now, given that process, given the fact how hard it is to get things, even potentially routine legislation, across the finish line in Congress? Do you ever see the United States expanding beyond that number of 50 states?
Well, I can't see that far into the future. What I can tell you is that the last time it happened was in 1959, and there's a a contention. If we let Puerto Rico become a state, it's a democratic state, 2 senators plus maybe 4 representatives. Republicans don't want that. Then if you add, the thought that Venezuela would become a Republican-leaning state is just outrageous.
So what's the bottom line here, Dr. Martinez Fernandez? What do you want people to know when they think about this, when they hear this, when they see this as they're watching this interview?
Well, the founding fathers created a wonderful Swiss watch with great movement, including balance of power provisions and the like. And we're trying to smash that piece of jewelry. It won't happen. And I don't know why people are even talking about it.
Well, Dr. Luis Martinez Fernandez, UCF history professor, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your expertise. I think this has been an enlightening conversation to talk about. So I appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. Fascinating stuff. Anytime we're talking about history, there's just so many things that are interesting to talk about. I think this is one of them. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. For that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live from the Fox 13 newsroom in Tampa. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office says it has dismantled a massive multi-state theft ring that actually led to the arrest of 14 people and the seizure of $5 million in stolen merchandise. The investigation, which was dubbed Operation Defense, began in November 2025 after detectives received a tip about a local fencing operation. Investigators say they soon discovered a coordinated network responsible for stealing, transporting, and reselling selling construction materials and home improvement goods for profit. Deputies say the group targeted major retailers like Home Depot and Lowe's, as well as various construction sites. The suspects allegedly used several methods to obtain the goods, including walking out of stores without paying, using false invoices, and cutting locks on storage containers. The stolen property included everything from appliances and tools to electrical supplies and hardware. Now, while the thefts occurred across Florida, Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee, detectives identified a home in Lutz as the central hub for the entire operation. So once the items were collected, detectives say they were sold from that Lutz location or through online marketplaces. Detectives tracked more than 1,800 online transactions over the last year and estimated the enterprise moved $7 million in proceeds during that time. Now, in addition to the $5 million in recovered goods, authorities seized $220,000 in cash and 7 vehicles. Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister identified Hoover Rignifo as the ringleader of the operation. The suspect allegedly worked with several others, including family members, to run the scheme. Now, the suspects now face a variety of charges, including racketeering, money laundering, as well as grand theft. Garrett?
All right, we hear often about how there are these organized retail theft rings that are in place across the state, across the country as well. So interesting to hear how this one kind of played out, what it looked like, and how they were able to take it down.
Yeah, it's very interesting. There was a press conference held this morning with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, with Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister, as well as the Attorney General, to explain how this retail theft was taken down. Again, it led to the arrest of 14 people. And what's interesting is, this did cross several state lines, but they discovered that this house in Lutz was basically where all this merchandise was being funneled through, and they were able to recover about $5 million in stolen goods, but they say, much more than that had already been these stolen goods were already sold. A lot of those items were sold from that house in Lutz as well as online. So, it's definitely a huge issue, these retail theft rings, and it's always interesting to see how they were able to find these suspects, and it'll be interesting to see if anybody else gets charged with this.
Yeah, and always good when you hear of these things being taken down, because we know that it most of the time means higher costs for consumers and for people doing the right thing when you're talking about that big of theft. Now, next in the Tampa Connection here, Nancy, a cemetery vandalized. What happened?
Yeah, this was in Palmetto, which is down in Manatee County, and the sheriff's office is saying that 17 graves were targeted at Old Memphis Cemetery. Now, that cemetery, Garrett, is a 122-year-old site that's tied to the local black community. And on Tuesday, families arrived to find cracked concrete, broken grave sites, and red spray paint across the property. In some areas, the damage was so severe, with thick concrete vaults appearing to have been cracked open, and they were found collapsed. Now, some tombstones were found with the names Trump and Ron DeSantis spray painted on them. The president of the Manatee County NAACP, Tracy Washington, says she is outraged and furious. She has several generations of her family buried at the cemetery, including her brother and her grandparents. Other family members who visited the site described the act as evil and heartbreaking. Manatee County officials are working with a specialized contractor to assess the destruction and repair the grave sites as quickly as possible. Leaders are also looking into adding more security to these historic grounds. Now, detectives believe the vandalism happened sometime within the past few weeks, but so far, no arrests have been made. Anyone with information is asked to call the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. Again, if you have any information about that and you want to stay anonymous and also be eligible for a cash reward, you can also call Crime Stoppers. Garrett?
It's one of those things I just don't understand, why someone would vandalize a cemetery. You hear about it from time to time. This is one of those things that does not make sense. No reason to do that.
No, it definitely doesn't make sense. And like you just said, there is no reason to do that. And this particular cemetery has been there for more than 100 years. And so you can imagine the heartbreak that these families felt when they showed up to the cemetery. Again, it was discovered yesterday when they showed up there to find that their loved ones and their ancestors' final resting places had been destroyed like this. So it's definitely heartbreaking. And so far, no arrests have been made, but anybody with any information is urged to call the Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And finally, Nancy, in our Tampa connection, some folks who are going through living in this sober living community now trying to find another place to live.
Yes, this happened at the Seven Summits Pathways, and it is a place where about a dozen men were living and trying to take back their life, trying to get sober and learn the tools necessary to do that. And unfortunately, that home in Valrico did burn down. Now, one resident, Ryan Webster, said that the house was more than just a place to live, and he actually described his roommates there as brothers. Now, this fire happened on Friday, and it forced everyone outside and destroyed most of their belongings. Now, Webster said that the loss has been emotionally overwhelming, and it has even tested the sobriety of the residents who lived there and worked so hard to maintain. Now, he admitted that his first thought after this fire was to turn back to alcohol, but the support system he found at the home helped him stay on the right path. Now, the executive director, Heather Martin, says the organization has spent the last several days helping relocate 12 men into temporary housing. Now, as they sort through the damage, she says it's becoming clear that almost everything was lost, including clothing, electronics, and personal keepsakes. Martin describes the home as having been a safe haven for the community for the last 12 years. Now, Seven Summit Pathways is working to find a new permanent location so it can continue its mission. And despite the devastation, residents say the tragedy has only strengthened their bond and reinforced the support system that they had all built together. Garrett.
All right, certainly wish them well. That's a difficult circumstances to be in. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
Now I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me live now in our streaming studio here for our Florida Live forecast. And Laurel, we know that we're still tracking the chance for some showers, some storms out there today, but not quite to the extent we saw yesterday. I hope.
Thank goodness.
Good.
I'm okay with that because, yeah, even just TJ sitting here for, 3 hours yesterday, that was insane. So something that we're really just going to be watching today is more of just those storms picking up what we normally see during the summertime. Storms picking up, very quickly dying down as we head into a little bit later on in the evening hours. So as we do take a look, here is what we're seeing right now over Port Canaveral right now. You can see a couple of clouds making their way offshore. Things are looking good out there, but we will see that sea breeze kind of kick in a little bit later on this evening, which means we are going to be seeing some storms pick up. We're seeing a few out there right now, but this is what's on tap through the rest of the evening as we continue to see those storms pop up across the region. Temperature is going to be lingering throughout the low and mid 80s, so very comfortable, little bit sticky out there, but nowhere near as sticky as what we were seeing yesterday or Monday. So yesterday we really saw that humidity pick up. That kind of played a role with all that moisture rolling in of how wet and how widespread that rain was. But as we do take a look out there right now, we still have a little bit of that remnant front kind of just lingering over central Florida. That's what's going to continue to stay and help kind of drive some of these storms that are picking up a little bit later on this afternoon. So here's a live look at the radar currently as we do a little bit of a zoom in. Not seeing any crazy lightning out there, which is good, but just a couple of showers making their way towards the downtown Orlando area. Deltona up to Daytona Beach, seeing those some spotty showers as well. And Garrett, one thing that I am noticing coming in just off the coast is that we are seeing just a little bit of a sea breeze trying to kick in. This is what's really going to drive some of those storms to pick up a little bit later on in eastern Orange County. But overall, rain chances, they're going to pick up throughout the next 2 hours, slowly start to calm down as we head through the rest of the overnight tonight. So quite literally, this is what we normally see, and this is good practice of what we're going to be seeing quite literally every single day coming up, especially in the months of June in July. Let's talk a little bit about tonight. So it is still going to be on the muggy side, very similar to what we saw yesterday as those storms finally started to quiet down. It will be muggy, it will be warm, it will be humid. But we are going to see a little bit of relief in Gainesville and Ocala, just that light little bit of that cooler air starting to tap in. But overall, again, Garrett, as you were saying, storms not as intense and also not seeing as much of those widespread storms, at least through the rest of the evening. Here's what we're going to be seeing at about 8:30 p.m. Last of the storms firing up, slowly starting to quiet down as we head through the overnight tonight. We're going to start to see a little bit of that cooler air start to tap into the region as we see this cold front kind of lingering over northern Florida. This is what's going to create a warm day tomorrow. There may be a spotty shower picking up, but this cold front will ultimately keep us dry, not only through Thursday, but Friday as well. So if you do have any outdoor plans on Friday or even Thursday, things look good to go. So make sure you enjoy that cooler but more pleasant weather, because that humidity is going to be dropped down a degree or two. But this weekend, that humidity is coming back. So as we do take a look, here's our Florida dew point. Right now we're kind of hitting at around 50, 60 degrees, so kind of right on that 60-degree mark. It's comfortable, it's a little sticky, but nothing too crazy out there, nothing that we can't handle. This weekend, 65 and 70. So you'll notice Saturday and Sunday we see those rain chances go up. Then we're going to see those sea breeze storms kick in, and then we're slowly going to start to see the humidity come back in with it. Here's your forecast highs for tomorrow. As we take a look at your Thursday, temperatures lingering right around the mid-80s. So actually right around average for this time of year. So enjoy the sunshine, enjoy the rain-free weather that we have Thursday and Friday, because this weekend we'll slowly start to see that get kicked back into gear.
Like you said, Laurel, this does seem like it is good practice for the summer when we're dealing with those showers every day, and we're definitely dealing with that heat and humidity.
Yeah, so a little bit of a story. I just bought a house last July, so I've been in my house for a year, kind of going through all of the 4 seasons now, kind of get it now. But my screen in Lanai area that I have as soon as you walk out the back door, I totally forgot that I need to put some plants because there's a little bit of just a leak, and if I don't put something underneath it, the entirety of the lanai is wet. So now I'm just starting to get back into those practices, whether it's not going out between the hours of 2 and 8 p.m. or just making sure that your house is all ready to go for the rain and the consistent rain. That was the other thing. I needed to mow my lawn twice this week because of the rain that we had. So just kind of getting back into those practices of what we've had. Haven't really been experiencing for a year. It's good practice.
I mean, because as dry as we've been, I mean, it definitely, I've not been having to mow every week. Even.
Yeah, we're
sometimes can get away with it every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But
not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yep, those weekend mornings are going to be kiss goodbye to yard work. So.
But you know what? It is nice that we have had some of this rain over the past couple of days, that we do have a little more on the way. Things looking a little bit greener. I know we're not out of the drought by any means, but nice to at least see things get a little greener.
We're taking steps towards it. So any little bit of rain, especially during this time of year, is helpful. So that's something that we're going to be focusing on in a little bit.
All right. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast
Thanks,
today.
Garrett.
We are going to take a quick break, and we will be right back with more Florida Live after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you back to this news conference. The Vice President taking some questions now from reporters. Let's go ahead and listen in.
One of the things we're going to do on the fraud task force is, look, we're learning. We're learning a lot about the way the government operates. I mean, Andrew I almost feel bad for him sometimes because he comes to me once a week and says, here's this bureaucratic hurdle, or here's a wall that I'm running into that I would have never known even existed until we started to take this fraud stuff very seriously. So we've learned a lot over the last 6 months. We are eventually going to realize that there are tools that we do not have, that there are things that we need to do that Congress is going to have to step in and cooperate on us. I think that's going to be a big question of bipartisanship and common sense is when we identify some tools that we need to more fully go after the fraud problem, is Congress willing to play ball, or are they going to fight us every step of the way? I hope they play ball. Partisanship is crazy in this town, but again, this is such a common sense thing that I would hope that everybody would want to protect the American taxpayers' money. Go ahead.
Jennifer Jacobs, CBS News. On Iran, can you tell us where negotiations stand? The president, before he left for Beijing, called the latest proposal unacceptable. So is the U.S. even talking to the Iranians right now, or where are things at this point?
Yeah, so look, obviously these negotiations are very sensitive. I'm not going to tell you everything because we're trying to have a productive conversation. I spent a good amount of time on the phone with both Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff this morning, a number of our friends in the Arab world this morning. Look, I think that we are making progress. The fundamental question is, do we make enough progress that we satisfy the president's red line? And the red line is very simple. He needs to feel confident that we've put a number of protections in place such that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, right? That is the question. Do we meet that threshold or not? I think that we've made a lot of progress since we left Pakistan. I thought we made some progress in Pakistan, but we've made more since then. But that is fundamentally what we're negotiating towards, is we want to be able to look the American people in the eye and say with confidence that you are not going to have to worry about this very, very dangerous regime having access to the most dangerous weapons in the world. That's the goal that we're focused on. Again, there's a lot of ways to accomplish that goal. The president has set us off on the diplomatic pathway for now, and that's what I'm focused on. Yep.
Got it. Thanks.
We'll do a couple more here.
Thanks a lot. There was pushback from Senate Republicans yesterday in the conference meeting about the cost of the ballroom, which has ballooned to about $1 billion for the security aspect. Is there an IG, either for GSA or the Treasury, who would or should be eyeballing that project? And how do we make sure it doesn't balloon like some of these other government spending building projects?
Well, I'm sure because of the nature of the project, you're going to have inspector generals who look at this, who look at the auditing, who look at the accounting, who make sure that this is done in a good way. I will say the President of the United States is a very good builder. And the reason why this is expensive is not because of the ballroom. The reason this is expensive is because of the security precautions necessary, things that have nothing to do with the ballroom itself, but have to do with the actual security infrastructure on the White House. We saw a couple of weeks ago what can happen when you gather the President of the United States and a number of people who are in the line of succession in the same room. We almost had something very terrible happen. And thanks to the Secret Service and their incredibly quick response, we didn't have a terrible thing happen. But one of the things it's taught us is that we've got to update. And there are things, frankly, I wouldn't even talk about in a public forum. There are parts of the there are parts of our national security, and there are parts of the international sort of world that are very, very dangerous, and the president needs to be protected. The senior officials in our government need to be protected, and that's fundamentally what this is all about, is ensuring that on the White House grounds, we have what's necessary to protect the president, whether he's engaged in a state dinner, which of course is an important part of the president's functions, or whether he's engaged in the day-to-day functions of being president of the United States. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My question is, what's your message to Americans as the Iran war continues to impact the economy, especially after yesterday's inflation report?
Well, I guess my message to Americans is we know that we have a lot of work to do in order to deliver on the prosperity that the American people deserve. The president is hyper aware of this. I'm hyper aware of this. We talk about it all the time. We know that the American people inherited a very bad inflation crisis. Yes, the inflation number last month was not great, but take it back to the May of 2023 in the Biden administration, or take it back to even further, we're not seeing anything like what we saw under the Biden administration, and that's a problem in and of itself. Because what it means is that a lot of Americans saw their wages eaten away under the Biden administration. They saw the values of their paycheck eaten away during the Biden administration. And one of the things we were elected to do, of course, was to fix that problem. And I promise you the president is laser focused every day on fixing that problem. Now, what I will also say is that whether it's the working families tax cuts, putting more money in the pockets of the American people, whether it's bringing a lot of investment into the United States so that we can build the factories and the jobs of the future, the president's laser focused. This stuff does take time. In the same way that the Biden administration's inflation crisis ate away at workers' paychecks for 4 years, it's going to take us a little bit of time before we get workers in a position where we feel like we can look them in the eye and say, you are much, much better off. But that's what we're trying to do. We're going to keep on working at it. I think we made a lot of progress. If you look at the average household wage increase since Donald Trump became president, it's gone up. But we came from a pretty deep hole. We're digging meaning a pretty deep hole, the Biden administration. We're digging ourselves out of it, and what I want is for us to completely dig out of that hole and then to build a brighter and better and more prosperous future for the American people. That's what they elected us to do, and that's very much what we're focused on. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can we quantify the amount of fraud that's related to illegal immigrants? And what are the asks of California and these other states? What can they do to claw back some of this money that's being deferred?
You know, I don't know that you can quantify it because it's so hard to keep track of all of the criminal migrants who are taking advantage of our system. I mean, they're taken advantage by, the average criminal migrant that we have in an American prison is costing us $60,000 to $120,000 a year, depending on the location. They're collecting health care benefits. A couple of states, California and New York in particular, they actually allow
Vice President J.D. Vance taking questions here. If you're watching on our live stream, we are going to continue listening in for this. If you're joining us on TV, thank you, and we will see you next time.
It's driving up costs for everybody. It's making it harder to access health care, and it's absolutely fleecing the American taxpayer. It is a lose-lose-lose proposition. I've seen efforts to try to quantify this. I think the answer is hundreds of billions of dollars a year. Whether it's 300 or 6, it is a lot of money between Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, prison fees, everything that goes into the criminal migrant problem in the United States of America. It's a lot of money. And again, I talk about the American people. We're a generous country. We're a generous people. I love that about this country. But part of that generosity is that it extends to our fellow Americans. We cannot give Medicare and Medicaid benefits to everybody all over the world. It's going to bankrupt those programs. They ought to belong to Americans first. And that, to me, is the fundamental meaning of America First, is that all of us take a look at our programs, take a look at the fraud, and we say, how do we ensure that the federal government works for the American people first? That's what we're doing every single day, and we're going to keep at it. Thank you, guys.
Vice President J.D. Vance wrapping up a news conference where he talked a lot about Medicaid fraud and then answered questions from reporters as well. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to let you know we are standing by for an update from the CDC where they're supposed to give an update on the hantavirus response. And we are standing by for that, expecting that to begin here shortly. So we will bring that to you when it does begin. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill earlier today, a very interesting hearing where we heard testimony from a CIA whistleblower who was testifying about the origins of COVID-19. This was in front of the Senate Homeland Security Committee. Senator Ashley Moody, Republican from Florida, one of the senators on this committee, she had the chance to speak and also ask some questions of this witness. This is, I want to play for you as she had the chance to do that inside that Homeland Security Committee meeting earlier today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is one of the most important hearings we will hold during this administration. I think when the country went mad, and I don't care if you consider yourself a blue state or a red state, the country went mad and people were craving leadership and leadership that truly was based on science, not someone that alleged they were following science and seemed to care more about controlling the public. I think this is one of the most important hearings, and I think everyone that actually showed up today, and you see who is here involved and taking part in this hearing, are the ones that want, on behalf of the American people who are, by the way, are supposed to be in charge of the United States of America, want to get to the bottom of what happened, and not just because that's right, so that the people that are in charge of this nation understood what happened, but so that this never happens again. And if we are trying to prevent a government that is trying to control a populace based on nothing, based on no justification, and making sure that that never happens again, I just want it to be very clear to everyone in this room or anyone who has taken the time to watch that cares about their country and understands what it means to protect freedom. I just want them to see who showed up today and who is participating and who has thanked you for coming out bravely and disclosing these facts, what happened, and your opinion based on your years, decades of experience. I, for one, hailing from the great free state of Florida. Florida used to be known for flamingos. We're now known for freedom. That is because what took place over the last administration, and when churches were closed, when businesses were closed, when schools were closed, when people were shut up in their apartments, when families were prohibited from socializing and gathering, many were kept from their loved ones when they died, all under this guidance of government leading based on science. We really have to go back and question that, because that cannot happen in this country. And I think many of us that were in charge at the time question how we ever allowed that to happen. And certainly in Florida, I am so proud, along with Governor DeSantis, we led against that tide in many respects. And when people were still being told to stay at home, don't let your kids go to school, don't go to church, all of these things that seem insane right now, we didn't. We stood up for the truth. We tried our best to discern what was true, what was not, what didn't make sense. And let me tell you why things didn't make sense. And first of all, you had your Secretary of HHS, which was basically invisible, checked out. Those are words of the Biden administration at the time. Officials from the Biden administration said Secretary Becerra was invisible, checked out, an unfortunate choice for the role. And then you had Dr. Fauci, who came out and contradicted himself constantly. At one point, he even admitted later, he told people shouldn't be walking around with masks on. And later he said that was because we were trying to control the supply for healthcare professionals. It wasn't based on any science. But then later he told everyone to wear masks repeatedly. The 6-foot rule seemed to have been just crafted out of thin air with no basis in science whatsoever. In fact, he said that rule sort of just appeared when he testified, and that guidance on the shutdown of schools and small businesses was arbitrary and not based on any science. So I just want to make sure the American people hear that. You had a government who's supposed to be limited and stay out of people's lives, coming in and offering guidance. Many times it was done under mandates to close businesses, people's livelihoods, to keep children from being educated, to keep people from expressing their faith and gathering to show freedom of religion and their faith and expression. I mean, unbelievable what happened during the COVID years. I was so proud of my state, along with Governor DeSantis. We launched a grand jury investigation because the federal government sure wasn't doing it. And we got to the bottom of some of this, what was being said publicly by those that we had trusted in these positions, and how that was not actually the truth and the science. that was where the name, the Free State of Florida, has come from. And I'm so glad now to be here as one of the newest United States senators, bringing that experience, that grand jury investigation, everything that we did differently in Florida and stood up to the madness, because that is how the people remain in charge of their government. In the grand jury investigation that we did, we followed the evidence. We found that many of those policies, including masking, lockdown mandates, they lack sufficient scientific basis, and they in fact caused significant harm to Floridians. The same grand jury found a pattern. I'm quoting the grand jury here. This is a nonpartisan group acquired from the community to judge facts, a pattern of deceptive and obfuscatory behavior from both Big Pharma and the federal agencies charged with regulating them with respect to the COVID vaccines. So it appears from everything that we found, from our own investigation, an unbiased, totally separate review of what was being said publicly by the federal government compared to what was actually based in science, it found that most of what was said and the events surrounding it was a public health establishment that was fixated on controlling the public and forcing narratives rather than protecting public health or discovering the truth. And so I am grateful that you were willing to be here today. I know that this is under subpoena, but certainly it takes courage and to be here and to be a whistleblower that can get accountability for the American people. You know, Florida was years ahead of the federal government's supposed experts. We're proud of that, but this is so important. And so I want to know, and I have one question. We're getting to the what. What happened? We were glad that Florida led on that. Even while people remained locked down, we were trying to get to the answers. What happened? But in all of your reviews and what you've been able to compile and what you're saying today, what is the why? Why?
Why did the cover-up happen? I think there's a lot of incentives, misaligned incentives that have been created because of this highly opaque and complex system of laboratories, life science research. And the IC is just one component of that. Why did it happen inside the CIA and inside DNI and inside the interagency space when they were doing the analysis over the course of 4 years? Part of it is iron rice bowls. You know, your normal bureaucratic issues where one agency has this, another agency has that. There was groupthink. You could see it happening in real time as you read from beginning to end. I'll give you a couple examples. Every time there was an open source publication that came out, they're very good at grabbing that and kicking it up for the contracted scientists, you know, the BSEG, to take a look at and assess. And the goal, it seemed, it always leaned one direction. They never took the publications from Sorensen and Dalgleish, who came out very early. I think it was July 2020 that one of the best papers written was open source by Sorensen and Dalgleish. They never took those papers and said, wow, we've got a lot here, we need to make sure we get this added in. Or Dr. Stephen Quay, for example, who had a lot to say about COVID origins. It was always one direction, and because the interagency space seemed intent on pushing it that way, and why the interagency space? I think the interagency space, I'm talking about the National Intelligence Council and the people responsible for that. I mean, these are people who have relationships with the National Academy of Scientists and the National Academy of Sciences. They've got relationships with the WMD community, and they're all part of the same, I don't know, ecosystem. The planets are all revolving around the same star. And so you get groupthink. There's a multitude of reasons. I didn't find any smoking gun where they said, well, we got to cover this up because for sure the U.S. government paid for research in Wuhan, China. But they were certainly well aware of PREDICT. They were well aware of the diffuse proposal that had circulated. And they had those products available to them. I think you get enough people shouting something down, it gets shouted down. And that happened repeatedly. I do want to just, if I can take just a moment, particularly about the scientists that are brought forward. I really, really want to emphasize a couple things. And one of it is we can't vilify these scientists. I'm going to give a very short anecdote, and I hope I'm not going over on time or anything like that. But when I got hired to the CIA, I can't tell you how proud I was. I really couldn't believe that they hired me. I'm sure there's some friends who are like, yeah, I can't believe it either. But they hired me because they saw potential to be able to be somebody who could recruit spies and steal secrets. That's my job. Imagine you're a scientist. Imagine the U.S. government comes to you and says, listen, sir, you are a specialist in a field no one else knows about. And in fact, a PhD is, the whole point of a PhD is to push beyond what's known further than anybody else in a very rarefied field. Imagine you're a scientist and the CIA comes up to you and says, or the NIC, the intelligence community, comes up to you and says, you're special, not because we see potential, but because we know you're special and we need your help. We can't vilify these people who wanted to help. We can, however, boy, I might be contradicting myself here, but the system definitely needs a look because the system has been put in place now and you've got these same people that we've said, you're important to the IC. We just haven't done the proper work to ensure that those people who are important to the IC aren't cross-pollinated all over in other places so that they can incentivize the kind of research that we need done or the white papers we need written. We have to have a holistic overview. And I think it's really hard to have like one agency do their review, another agency do their review, the legislative branch do their review. You know, in this case, it is a team sport.
And so that was from the hearing earlier today where we heard from Senator Ashley Moody questioning that CIA whistleblower who claimed a cover-up of the origins of COVID-19. You heard some of their discussion there. I do want to give you a couple of quick updates here. The Senate, first of all, U.S. Senate voting today to confirm Kevin Warsh as the new Fed chair. He is a Florida resident who is now going to take over that position previously held by Jerome Powell. One other note, we have been monitoring that CDC briefing. It is an audio-only briefing. It is a phone call, and so we heard the CDC say that the risk to the general public remains low from hantavirus. That's the latest update this afternoon on that. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've got more to get to in our remaining 15 minutes together before we hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team. So keep it right here on Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to this CDC briefing. We are going to listen in for a few minutes here as they discuss the hantavirus response.
Thank you. And this question comes from John LaPook with CBS News. Your line is open.
Yeah, hi, thanks a lot. Two questions. First, quick, you say you're only testing people with symptoms. Why not collect and store blood for research purposes, or are you already doing that? And then, do you believe you have all the potentially exposed people identified? How many are outside of Nebraska and Atlanta, and has anybody elected not to stay at home? And finally, if you know it, can you tell us the cycle time for that PCR that was sort of inconclusive?
So, I'll start from the top, and thank you for the questions. We are recommending that symptomatic people with an exposure risk get tested. However, we're also working with states and partners on ways to better understand the virus through other testing modalities. We are working very closely with the states and local health departments and the passengers that are home and the contacts that are home. Everybody is working well together to ensure monitoring follows our recommendations.
And for the PCR, do we have the actual number on that?
We're working to get all the information from the country where that test was run.
Okay. And we don't know the number of people who are outside of Nebraska and Atlanta?
With respect for privacy of all individuals, we are not sharing location.
Okay.
Next question, please.
Thank you. And this question comes from Kevin Stewart with WAGA TV Fox 5 Atlanta. Your line is open. You may ask your question.
Good afternoon. Regarding the Atlanta passengers, we know yesterday that one of the passengers tested negative. Will that person and the asymptomatic person be cleared to leave before the 42 days are up? And also, what is the status of the two Georgia passengers who got back home last week and are being monitored by the Department of Health here in Georgia?
So again, with respect for the passengers that are in monitoring right now, I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but we're working very closely with Emory to ensure that they have the appropriate disposition. With regards to Georgia and the contacts that are here, we're working very closely with the state of Georgia Health Department and the local health departments to ensure that they are appropriately monitored.
Will they be cleared? They can leave before the 42 days, correct?
They'll continue to be monitored.
But whether that is at Emory or at home?
Currently, we're working on the appropriate disposition for them. But again, as you can imagine, out of respect for privacy for them, I'm going to stop there.
Okay, so
Shirley,
can you confirm they're still at Emory?
I'm sorry, go ahead, finish.
Can you confirm they're still at Emory?
Yes.
Thank you.
Shirley, we have time for two more questions, please.
Thank you. Our next question, actually, we didn't get the name, but they're from WSB Channel 2. Let me ask your question.
Can you hear me? It's Courtney Francisco. Hoping you can tell me, it went out on me a second. I need to know how many people are being monitored.
At this time, we're not putting out exact numbers. Again, we want to ensure that we are protecting and respecting the privacy of all the individuals. Shirley, we'll take one more if you have it.
Certainly, one second here. And we have a question from Lila Perry with Baltimore Sun. Your line is open. You may ask your question.
Hi, thanks so much for doing this. Back to the topic of passengers on planes who were inadvertently exposed to people from the cruise ship. When state departments of health are saying that they're monitoring these airline passengers, what does that look like if they're exposed from a distance or for a short time? Are they being monitored in state facilities or asked to stay home? And how closely are you advising state partners to be monitoring these people?
We're working very closely to ensure that our guidance is consistent across all of the contacts. And for those that were contacts on the planes, they also would fall into the appropriate category. And we're working with the state and locals to ensure that those monitoring recommendations are followed very closely. And we're in such close coordination with those state and local health departments, talking with them daily. Thus far, it is working very well with the systems that they have in place, and they're developing those systems themselves to ensure that it follows the guidance that we have put out.
Thank you, Dr. Fitter, and thank you, Dr. Jackson. At this time, we will conclude the call, and we appreciate you all joining us for this brief update. Thank you.
So that's the update from the CDC. A number of questions they can't answer out of respect for the privacy of those involved. Meanwhile, a few more minutes here with you. We want to get you live to Hillsborough County, where we're hearing some more testimony today in the sentencing phase of the trial of 4 defendants who have now been convicted of first-degree murder in connection with the death of Jacksonville rapper Julio Fulio. They could be put to death, depending on what this jury ends up deciding in this sentencing phase of the trial. We are hearing various aggravating and mitigating factors being discussed throughout this week of the trial. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Father?
Yes.
Are you aware of any abuse that he gave to either Rashad or Rashad's mother, his wife?
Can you rephrase that?
Are you aware of him being abusive, the father of Rashad being abusive?
Oh, no, sir.
You don't know that?
No, sir, I do.
Oh, you do know that. Tell the jury about that.
He was.
Your Honor, he's answered. Okay. What about Rashad's mother? Was she did she have an addiction to drugs?
At some point in his life, she had, not all his life, but some point.
Okay. Are you have any knowledge of her being a crack addict and eventually living on the streets?
She always had a place to stay, but she dealt in a portion, not all his life, but most times. But she was on drugs, not all his life though.
Would it be accurate to say that you have referred to Rashad's father as dead weight?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what kind of neighborhood did Rashad grow up in? Was it a neighborhood that there was gun violence?
Not direct at our house, but surrounding areas, yeah.
Okay. And what are you aware of? Are you aware of his relationship with Charmaine Steger and his children?
Distance, yeah, but not like watching it hands-on. But, I've been gone 18 years. I've been in prison 18 years.
You've been in prison for different times, correct?
Yes.
Did you try to help be somewhat of a father figure to Rashad when you were not in custody?
Always have.
Okay. But when you've been incarcerated for a long period of time, correct?
Yes.
And on more than one occasion?
First time in prison.
Okay. When were you sent to prison?
2012.
Okay, so that would have been 14 years ago, correct?
Like 17.
Okay. When after you were incarcerated, was there any other male influence other than his grandfather?
Yes.
Okay. Who other than his grandfather?
I got a Miller brother, very financially set. My father, and I got cousins like brothers. We all close family. He have at least 9 to 8 strong African American family members.
Okay.
This sentencing phase continuing, expected to go for, it's expected to last the whole week, so expected to go for another couple of days here. We'll keep monitoring that and listening in as we get the chance over the next couple of days as well. Well, we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus today. Appreciate you joining us on what has been another busy day this week here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are out of time right now here for Fox 35 News Plus, but don't go anywhere. Fox 35 Weather Plus starts in just 2 minutes, and I will see you right back here tomorrow.